Chapter 195. Countless gazes fell on the black cliff, on Chun Chongqing's body, but no one dared to speak, much less disturb him. Ling Haizhuang had made it very clear that anyone who dared to take a single step closer to the black cliff would be regarded as an assassin. The Prime Minister and the Shi clan leader glanced at each other. There was no joy in their eyes, only worry and unease. They were worried because no one knew what they would see once Chen Chongqing opened the Black Cliff. If it was the worst result, what would they do? Would the demon generals, ministers, and tribes who supported them kneel before the Empress again in a very short time? They were uneasy for two reasons. As the largest and strongest tribe of the demi-human race, why had the Xiong clan still chosen to support Madame Mu? And why had Madame Mu not done anything to stop all this? Only quietly watched as they broke the array. Not everyone had gone to the Starfall Mountains. In that courtyard covered in yellow sand, the young demon Lord calmly gazed at the stone statues that had at some point reappeared on the two sides of the back gate, his thoughts a mystery. In a nearby manor, the Xiong clan leader looked at his son and hesitated for a very long time, but in the end he said nothing. In the stone hall at the highest point of the imperial city, Luo sat by the window, silently waiting for something. In a quagmire in the deepest part of the mountains, Chusu's head was lowered as he licked the wound on his severed arm, his entire body trembling in pain. In the small courtyard next to the temple to the celestial tree, Shenyuan sat on the floor of the veranda, staring blankly at the mound in the ground. In a very ordinary inn, Su Yorong, who had not slept all night, used cold water to wash her face. She sat in front of the table and began to comb her hair in front of the bronze mirror. A voice brimming with emotion came out of the mirror. Since we are still beneath the starry sky, how can we not see all living beings? On the lake, in the clouds, on the summit, countless sword glows suddenly vanished at the same time. A moment later, there was a shrill whistle through the air. Countless sword glows returned to the sheath. Chun Chongqing gripped the middle of the sheath and stood up. Everyone turned to look at him. But he looked at the lake, the clouds, the summit. The sword had returned, but the sword intent was still there. A flock of geese flew past the snowy peak and suddenly began to descend. A gust of sea breeze blew from the mountains, but it was cut into pieces. A few wisps of clouds in the blue sky were torn into thin threads by an invisible force, and then gradually disappeared. These were all signs of the restriction collapsing. After confirming this, Chun Chongqing once again looked at the black cliff in front of him. There was a loud bang. Countless muffled noises came from the depths of the black cliff and even the depths of the ground. The earth was shaking uneasily, and countless waves were stirred up in the lake. Countless snowflakes were pouring down from a nearby snowy peak, and the roars of the beasts in the mountains became shrill. Rubble flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. It took a long time before it gradually calmed down. The black cliff had already disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a large pit that was hundreds of feet wide. In the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely smooth stone wall that looked like gold or jade. It was as if even the sharpest sword would not be able to leave a mark on it. This was the legendary star stone, which possessed an unimaginable weight and density. However, it had already been buried by the soil and sand, and only a small part of it was exposed. Starting from the star stone, there was a perfectly straight stone path. The pit that had been the Black Cliff for hundreds of feet had been cut in two by this stone path. This stone path was extremely long, extending for who knew how many li, extending into the distance. Countless gazes followed the path of the stone path, ultimately stopping 10-some li away. There, half of a mountain had collapsed. This mountain had originally been a palace. A stone chair had been embedded in this half of the mountain. This stone chair was 100 feet tall and 100 feet wide. It was incomparably massive and exaggerated. There was a person sitting on the stone chair. This person was dressed in a pure white imperial robe. He was extremely thin and his eyes were sunken in. He seemed like a dead person. "Your Majesty!" There was a cry of alarm, and then countless cries of alarm, and then there were the sounds of rushing wind. Countless silhouettes scrambled to rush toward the half-mountain that was more than 10 miles away. Ling Haijiwang's warning had long ago been completely forgotten. When they arrived in front of the massive stone chair, they felt that the person in the chair was even more small, even somewhat comical. But the demi-human ministers and experts had no such thoughts. Their faces were filled with excitement, and some of them even began to cry. To them, the person in the chair was a god. Even if that person was extremely thin, his eyes closed, on the verge of death, incredibly weak. But as long as he was alive, no, even if he was dead, he would still be the god of the entire demi-human race. Because he was called by Xingye. He was the White Emperor. It was clear that the important personages of the demi-human race had long since prepared for this sight. Several demi-human doctors were carried onto the stone chair by the black vultures and began to treat the White Emperor. Seeing that the White Emperor's eyes were still tightly shut, Xiaoda felt somewhat anxious and asked, "Where is His Holiness the Pope?" Everyone knew that Chun Changxing's medical skill could be said to be unparalleled in the world. In their view, no matter how skilled these demi-human doctors were, they were still far from being able to compare to Chun Changxing. The Prime Minister and the others turned their heads and froze. They did not see Chun Changxing. Chun Changxing was still 10 some li away. He was at the original position of the black cliff. Seeing the activity in the distance, Chun Changxing suddenly said, "Let's go." As he said this word, his gaze was still fixed on the massive stone chair, on the White Emperor's face. This was his first time seeing the White Emperor, and he had spent many days and nights on it with great difficulty. But the moment he saw the White Emperor, he decided to leave. Immediately leave. Hearing Chun Changsheng's words, everyone was shocked and did not understand why. Only the blind zither player seemed to understand Chun Changsheng's meaning. He led 5 kind men to the exit of the secret path behind the lake. Just when an elderly demi-human doctor gathered his courage and prepared to place the stone needle in his hand, the White Emperor opened his eyes. His eyes were very gloomy. They were like the snowy plains on a cloudy day, incomparably gray. Then a small black appeared on the snowy plains. The black dot gradually grew larger, its color deepening. It was like a traveler traveling 10,000 li across the snowy plains, getting closer and closer. He had truly awoken. Perhaps because he had been sealed for 5 years, the Starstone had absorbed a great deal of star radiance and demi-human essence. He was extremely weak, on the verge of death. But when he opened his eyes, an unimaginably dignified aura exuded from his thin and weak body. "You've all come?" His voice was very soft. Because he had not drunk water for many years, it was rather hoarse. But all of the Starfall Mountains could hear his voice. The demi-human experts knelt like a tide. To be continued. Chapter 196. Jean Yilu did not kneel. He stood relatively far away, a complex look in his eyes. The White Emperor sat on his massive stone chair, his feet still several zhang from the ground. Logically speaking, it was impossible to step on the ground, so it was naturally impossible to stand up. But he stood up just like that. It was like a majestic snowy peak had appeared between the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth naturally responded. The tensome snowy peaks rumbled like thunder. Avalanches were happening everywhere, the wind and snow sweeping up to the front of the mountain. The demi-human experts were jolted away from the stone chair by the power of the snowstorm. The furious wind and rain fell on the White Emperor's imperial robe and immediately vanished, seemingly entering his body. In the snowstorm, the White Emperor took 3 steps forward. As the wind and snow entered his body, he grew taller and taller. His imperial robe was as good as new, the gray in his eyes completely transformed into pure white, exuding an oppressive chill. He looked into the distance and indifferently asked, "What happened in the last few years?" The Prime Minister knelt in the wind and snow, using the most concise words and the fastest speed. He recounted all the major events. The White Emperor listened to this, his expression unchanging, remaining very calm. Jin Yulu's voice suddenly came from the snowstorm. Bi Yanghong is dead, and Wu Qiongbai is also dead. The White Emperor only raised his brows at these words. The snowstorm gradually subsided. Jin Yulu jeered. I told you back then that one should choose a virtuous wife. It now seems that your insight is even inferior to Bi Yanghong's. The White Emperor remained silent, only looked in a certain direction. All the demi-human experts and the soldiers on the other side of the lake looked in the direction of his gaze. It was White Emperor City. The truth was now before their eyes. The White Emperor had been imprisoned for many years. This was truly Madame Mu's scheme. Based on what they all thought, he should be leading the army to attack White Emperor City. But the White Emperor did not move. He no longer looked at the city. Turning his gaze 10 li away, he asked, You are Qin Changsheng? Many people followed his gaze and realized that Chen Changsheng had not come. More importantly, many people, including the prefects of the orthodoxy, had already left. Only he and Tang 36 remained. Separated by 10 li, Qin Changsheng and the White Emperor stared at each other. He did not answer the White Emperor's question. Because of his silence, the atmosphere among the snowy peaks became somewhat strange. The Prime Minister stepped forward, preparing to say something. A voice rang out in front of him. It was Tang 36's voice. How rude of you, White Emperor. Many years ago, Zhu Luo outside Hanqiu City and the Holy Maiden of the South outside Xunyang City had both asked the same question. Not a single word out of place. At that time, Zhu Luo and the Holy Maiden's questions represented their curiosity towards Chen Changsheng and could also be said to be a form of acknowledgement. At that time, his name had only just appeared on this continent. But things were different now. He was no longer that young Taoist from Xining Village, the new student of the Orthodox Academy. He was now the Pope of the human race. Even if it was Emperor Bai, asking him such a question was extremely rude. Thus, when they heard Tang 36's rebuke, the important figures of the Yao race were very angry, but they couldn't refute him. The White Emperor calmly looked over and suddenly said, Could it be that His Holiness is just here to watch the show? He ignored Tang 36, but the way he addressed Qin Changsheng was already different. Qin Changsheng still did not respond. When he was with Tang 36, he would talk a little more. But if he needed to communicate with the outside world, he would talk a lot less. Because Tang 36 would speak on his behalf, and the entire Orthodox Academy knew that Tang 36 was better at talking than he was. If His Holiness had not acted, there would be a show to watch today. Tang 36 calmly added, So your Holiness's words are completely wrong. The White Emperor's words were implicitly referring to Qin Changsheng standing in the distance and having Ling Haizhiwang and the others leave early. Tang 36's response was also very clear. As the recipient, the demi-humans had no reason to question any of their arrangements. But these words truly could not be considered respectful, especially when the person he was speaking to was the White Emperor. Countless furious gazes fell on him. Tang 36's expression did not change. At this moment, Chen Changsheng confirmed that Ling Haizhiwang and the others had already entered the secret path and finally broke the silence. He turned to the snowy peak 10 li away and said, Junior bids farewell. After saying this, he brought Tang 36 with him and turned to leave. The white crane was waiting for them, not too far away. Just like that, they left. It had truly been done cleanly and efficiently. After so much thought, they had finally rescued the White Emperor and seen the answer. All of this had truly been Madame Mu's scheme. To the human race, this was the best answer. Logically speaking, he should have stayed behind to discuss with the demi-humans what was to come. But he did not do this, and instead had Ling Haizhiwang and the others leave first, because this answer was too good, too much like what he wanted. So he decided to leave. He wanted to do something. He wanted to personally write down an answer. In the stone hall at the highest point of the imperial city, there were no pear blossoms outside the window, only a few scholar flowers. Madame Mu was confident that this had nothing to do with Scholatry Manor, just like what was happening in the Starfall Mountains. It also had nothing to do with Changcheng. In the end, it was a problem between her and him. I do not know if your father is dead or alive, but I think that he is probably still alive. She walked to the window and expressionlessly said, "Even if he is still alive, he can choose not to appear. If he does not appear, it means that he still has some affection for me. If he does appear, it means that he is truly heartless. And even now, I still do not know what answer I want." As she spoke, her hand lightly stroked Luolua's black hair. Luoluo lowered her head, her face pale and her eyelashes fluttering. One could see that she was rather nervous. The scholar tree outside the window suddenly began to fiercely tremble, dropping countless green leaves. It was like a painting had come to life. Madame Mu's gaze pierced through the green leaves, still resting in the distance. After a long period of silence, she suddenly said, "Truly a heartless man." Luoluo could no longer control herself. She raised her head to look at her mother. "You took advantage of father's heavy injuries to imprison him, using star stones to damage his demi-human essence in an attempt to kill him, and yet you say that he is heartless." Her voice trembled, both from anger and sorrow. "Mother, you did all this for the great Western continent. Was it worth it?" Madame Mu calmly gazed at her and said, "I have never liked you, because you are a daughter." Luoluo tightly pursed her lips, her small face brimming with stubbornness. She said nothing. Madame Mu knew what she meant and said, "Little Sher does not need me to entrust my thoughts on this world, so she naturally does not need to bear my demands." Luoluo did not understand. Heartbroken, she asked, "But why?" "Because the majority of girls are extroverted," Madame Mu calmly said. "I do not want to be this sort of person, nor do I hope that you will be this sort of person. In the future, no matter who you ultimately marry, you must remember that in the end, only your paternal family can help you, because all the men in the world have hearts that are hateful and heartless." This was the second time she had mentioned the heartless and ruthless nature of men. Even though the truth seemed to be right in front of her, Luoluo could not help but feel confused. In a trembling voice, she asked, "Mother, just what is going on here?" Madame Mu gazed out the window into the distance and said, "I hope that you will never know, nor understand what is going on here. It's been a long time since I wrote these 4 words. All living things are bitter. All living things are bitter. It's actually all a matter of 10 years ago. Let me simply sigh." To be continued. Chapter 197. In the distance was a vast ocean. In the ocean was a ship. The second prince of the great western continent stood at the bow of the ship, his clothes drifting in the wind and his brows deeply furrowed in thought. Mu Jiushi sat in her cabin, occasionally turning her head to look back, her expression somewhat sorrowful. To a small stream, the Red River was extremely wide, no different from the vast ocean, and when it flowed from the Starfall Mountains to White Emperor City, the stream became the Red River. From the docks to the streets, to the plaza to the meadow of Heaven's Guard Pavilion, kneeling people could be seen everywhere like a tide. The White Emperor returned to White Emperor City. He did not directly return to the Imperial City, but chose to take a boat. The path from the shore to the Imperial City was incredibly wide. He slowly walked through the tide of demi-human civilians, his hands held behind his back, his expression unhurried. It was like he only wanted to see if the old city he had not seen for several years had changed. In the time that he had been casually strolling through White Emperor City, the ministers still loyal to Madame Mu had either committed suicide or had their heads chopped off by their relatives. The elite Red River Beast Guard, after several extremely intense clashes, had also knelt in front of the Imperial City. their knees covered in blood that had once belonged to their closest comrades. There was no battle in the truest sense of the word, and it was even calmer and faster than a declaration of war. He didn't say anything, and everything was settled, because this had always been his city. All the streets and alleys of this city, the mottled stones on the stone walls, all carried his chi. All this chi had now returned to his body. His body grew larger and larger, his chi growing stronger and stronger. The giant jings in the river buzzed, expressing their submission and welcome. The black vultures in the tall pavilions buried their heads in their wings, their bodies trembling in fear. He had always been the most powerful existence in the world, and now that he silently exuded his chi, he exuded a peerlessly tyrannical aura. All of White Emperor City, all living beings inside and outside the city, trembled in fear before this aura, not daring to make a single sound. In front of the imperial city, a figure that did not kneel finally appeared. This figure had always been extremely tall, like a mountain. The Xiong clan leader stood in front of the city gate, watching the approaching White Emperor, a complex look in his eyes. He was the chief elder of the Council of Elders. The Xiong clan he belonged to was the largest tribe of the demi-human race, and he himself was the strongest expert of the demi-human race besides the White Emperor couple. Madame Mu had imprisoned the White Emperor while he was heavily injured. It now seemed that he was naturally a participant, the true conspirator. No matter how one looked at it, he indeed had the right not to kneel, and he also had a reason not to kneel. The White Emperor walked up to the Xiong clan leader. The Xiong clan leader gazed at the White Emperor's somewhat thin face, his expression shifting as he prepared to say something. The White Emperor leaned forward slightly, as if trying to get a better look at him. It was an extremely simple movement, but it had an aura that was hard to resist. If the Xiong clan leader was a mountain, the White Emperor was the highest snowy peak in the world. When he leaned forward, the snowy peak moved forward. He looked down at the Xiong clan leader. It was like a god poking his head out from the snowy peak. There was no emotion in his eyes, only a boundless snowy plain. The traveler in the snowy plain gradually faded into the distance. Just like the past, the benevolence and pity, all that was left was indifference and bitter cold. A bolt of lightning flashed over the snowy plain, illuminating the traveler's figure. It was a flash of light in his callous black eyes. It was a hand descending from the sky. The Xiong clan leader's expression suddenly changed. With a howl, he raised his two arms in front of him, raising them like two thick stone pillars to meet the hand. There was no fear in his eyes, no regret, only shock and confusion. It was an extremely strange sight. Fierce winds howled over the snowy plain. Thousands of piles of snow were swept up. The wax figures on the snowy plain began to collapse. With a light clap, countless fine cracks appeared on the two stone pillars, and then they gradually began to crumble. With a boom, the stone walls at the edge of the imperial city's main gate began to collapse, countless stones flying in all directions. A great cloud of dust obscured all vision. The clash of furious chis and a terrifying pressure cut off all spiritual sense, making it impossible for sound to escape. Blood gushed out of the Xiong clan leader's ears, mouth, and nose, making him seem particularly terrifying. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out of his completely shattered arms. At the moment of his death, he finally understood why all this had happened, and his eyes were suffused with disbelief and pain. So, after several centuries, you are still not willing to believe in my loyalty. The Xiong clan leader's howls of despair and grief failed to change the expression on the White Emperor's face. Believe is the most useless word of all. The dust gradually settled and the rolling stones calmed down. Several coughs came from the depths of the imperial city. The White Emperor was probably there. The demi-human prime minister, the Sher clan leader, and the other important figures hurried forward to follow. Xiaoda stopped and looked at the Xiong clan leader's corpse. Of course, someone had to clean up the mess in front of the city gate, but it could not be him. He had stopped because he felt that the Xiong clan leader's eyes were rather strange. The Xiong clan leader had died, but his eyes had not closed in peace. His eyes were filled with shock and rage. This was what Xiaoda did not understand. The Xiong clan leader had pretended to be the White Emperor's decree during the grand ceremony of returning to Origin, and he had even worked with Madame Mu to rebel. His crimes naturally deserved 10,000 deaths, and he should have been well aware of this. So why did he have such emotions at the moment of his death? At a certain moment before the White Emperor returned to his city, many other things had happened in this city. Some people had left the Starfall Mountains ahead of time, using secret paths to return to White Emperor City. Some people had begun to make arrangements ahead of time, like the Xiong clan leader who had died later on. He had gone straight to the Imperial City, bringing no Xiong clan experts with him, nor had he brought a single loyal subordinate. He had even sent his most cherished youngest son, Xiong Qiu, to a large courtyard not far from his estate, because he knew that this was the safest place. Whether His Majesty or the Empress won the battle today, this place would not be affected. Xiong Qiu was the strongest expert of the younger generation of the Xiong clan. Ever since he was a child, he had spent his youth cultivating secret techniques deep in the mountains. He possessed a ruthless nature rarely seen in the Xiong clan, but he rarely experienced the affairs of the world. He simply did not understand why his father had made such arrangements. He was prepared to leave on his own and go to the Imperial City to support his father, and he even wanted to persuade the Demon Lord to go with him. The Demon Lord knew what the Xiong clan leader was thinking and deeply admired him, but he also felt that Xiong Qiu was very stupid. If the White Emperor really was still alive, White Emperor City would assuredly welcome a world-shaking war. In truth, the Demon Lord believed that the White Emperor was assuredly still alive, but he would not participate in this war. Just as the Xiong clan leader thought, whether the White Emperor or Madame Mu won, neither would touch him. Even though the Demon Lord's eyes were filled with derision, Xiong Qiu still did not understand. With an angry spit, he led his most loyal subordinates out of the courtyard. He was somewhat worried about his father's safety, and he did not want to miss out on this momentous event that was bound to be recorded in history, so he decided to hurry to the Imperial City. But he could not leave because the courtyard was already surrounded. A blind zither player, hugging a zither, stood outside the crowd. He seemed rather tired, his shoulders slightly drooping. Perhaps it was because he had just returned from the Starfall Mountains. To be continued. Chapter 198. Xiong Qiu did not notice the blind zither player. More accurately, he did not see the blind zither player, because the blind zither player was too unremarkable, and because the great priest standing in front of him was too dazzling. The lines of the great priest's face seemed carved from stone, his elegant brows brimming with an icy chill. Linghai Zhiwang, what do you want to do? Xiong Qiu's gaze swept over the orthodoxy experts outside the courtyard, his eyes turning extremely sharp, a ruthless and bloodthirsty aura faintly discernible in their depths. Linghai Zhiwang expressionlessly said, "The sacred decree states that no one is allowed to enter or leave this courtyard. Those who disobey will die. Yes, regardless of whether the White Emperor or Madame Mu won, they would not touch the young Demon Lord." This courtyard truly was the safest place in White Emperor City today. But the Xiong clan leader and the Demon Lord had forgotten one thing. There were still many human experts in White Emperor City today. Regardless of whether the White Emperor or Madame Mu won, they all wanted to kill the young Demon Lord. Xiong Qiu still did not understand this principle. He sternly said, "All of you should be well aware that he is a guest of my Xiong clan." Linghai Zhiwang's expression was indifferent, and he had no intention of stepping aside. Xiong Qiu harshly shouted, "Do all of you want to die?" After saying that, he led his subordinates and charged forward. And then he died. Xiong Qiu truly was the strongest expert of this generation of the Xiong clan. His cultivation, strength, and methods were all formidable. His subordinates were also the elite experts of the Xiang clan. But standing outside the courtyard were Ling Haizhiwang, Daoist Suan, Archbishop Enlin, and Hu 32. To put it another way, he was facing the majority of the Li Palace, so how could he possibly win? Of course, if his opponents had been these prefects of the orthodoxy, perhaps he would not have lost so quickly, and even if he lost, he would not have died so quickly. The problem was that Ling Haizhiwang and the others had not moved. Their attention was focused on the courtyard. Xiang Qiu and the Xiang clan experts were facing a group of miscellaneous people. These people were 7 peddlers, 6 government laborers, 3 fortune-tellers, 2 sesame candy-selling elders, and 1 cosmetic powder-buying girl. Even though they knew that these people came from Wunshui City and were probably experts of the Tang clan, this combination still made it easy to dismiss them as miscellaneous people. More than 10 streams of demon race energy soared into the sky. A crisp sound rang out on the street. It was not the sound of the iron rings on the door being blown around by the strong wind, but the sound of the copper coins falling from the hands of the 7 peddlers onto the ground. The copper coins rolled on the ground, and they conformed to the principles of the heavens and the earth, forming a formation in an extremely natural manner. The 2 fortune-tellers stood in the eye of the array and rolled their eyes as they watched the demonic clan experts whizzing through the air. They weren't looking down on him, but they were calculating at high speed. The 6 bailiffs stepped forward expressionlessly, and with a shake of their hands they went forward. 6 cudgels of water and fire separated life and death. They poked their heads out from the clouds and were about to smash everything in front of them into the netherworld. What was even more terrifying was the iron chains tied to the 6 cudgels, which seemed to be able to bind the souls of all living beings. Violent auras collided, forming countless strange scenes and terrifying spatial turbulence on the street in front of the courtyard. At this time, the 2 sesame candy-selling old men took a step forward, lifted the front of their robes to their waists, and then threw a punch in front of them. The 2 fists, imbued with boundless light, scattered the wind from the Red River. They were like 2 blazing suns, burning all things. Then a red and white powder, like peach blossoms or pear blossoms, enveloped the scene. Finally, a mournful zither note rang out, like the weeping of the wind and snow, like someone was leaving. The courtyard in front of the courtyard was covered in blood. 10 some Xiang clan experts were lying in their own blood. Xiang Qiu's injuries were the heaviest. His clothes were in tatters, and his body, which was as tough as steel, was covered in several dozen extremely fine wounds. Blood gushed out of these thin but perfectly straight wounds. When it came into contact with the air, it quickly transformed into a strange and gorgeous color. It was clear that he had been poisoned. As he gazed at the bailiffs and peddlers, his eyes were filled with pain and shock. He had never imagined that he would see so many terrifying techniques in such a short amount of time. If his eyes had not gone blurry from blood loss, could this really be the blazing sun style? These Tang clan experts were truly too frightening. He and his subordinates had not even had the time to go berserk before suffering a crushing defeat. Xiang Qiu's gaze ultimately fell on the blind zither player standing outside the crowd and the old zither in his bosom. The strings of this old zither were so sharp that no matter how many bodies it cut, not a drop of blood could be seen on them. Xiang Qiu suddenly felt a little cold as he gazed at this old zither. The zither note resounded. Only now did he realize that even without those peddlers and bailiffs, this blind zither player alone was enough to kill everyone on his side. Even if he and his subordinates went berserk ahead of time, they would still not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Even if his father was present, he might not be a match for this blind zither player. Intense regret appeared in Xiang Qiu's eyes. He had not seen this blind zither player just now, so he had not noticed that the zither player's shoulders had been slightly drooping. This posture seemed rather tired, but it might also have been to make it easier to hold the zither. Humans who liked to droop their shoulders were often truly extraordinary individuals. Like Wang Pa, like Byung Hong, like this blind zither player. His voice trembled as he asked, "Truly powerful, just who are you?" The blind zither player did not answer his question. Perhaps some people would be willing to answer the questions of a dying person to express their benevolence or grace, but the blind zither player would not. Many years ago, in the internal strife of the sect, he had been ambushed and heavily injured by the sect master, barely managing to keep his life. From that moment on, he no longer knew what benevolence was. Many years ago, he had avoided Suli while in seclusion to recover from his injuries, and then he had lived like an old dog in Winshui City for so many years. After that, he no longer had the right to talk about grace. In his view, coming to White Emperor City at the request of the Tang Old Master to ensure Chun Chongqing's safety was just a job. He was just doing his job, collecting money and grain to live out his old age. So he would not answer Xiang Qiu's question. He had even once believed that he had lost all interest in anything, but today seemed to be a little different. He looked at the large courtyard, his gaze passing through the gate and falling upon that tree deep within. There was a figure under that tree. His sea of consciousness had long ago been calm and still, almost frozen, but it was now gradually thawing. His consciousness had long ago been a dried-up stream, but now water began to flow in and begin to beat against the rocks by the shore. This was because his heart, which had long been like a piece of wood, suddenly ignited a small flame, and then the flame gradually grew bigger. The moment he saw that figure, he came back to life. Even his mind began to surge. There was no wind, but his clothes began to flap. His face grew redder and redder. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. He seemed to have become much younger. It was like he could still live for another 500 years. But he did not want those 500 years. If he could kill this person today. To be continued. Chapter 199. The peddlers, bailiffs, and fortune-tellers were the first to notice the strange state of the zither player, and shock appeared in their eyes. They were the most mysterious and most terrifying of the Winshui Tangs, the five-kind people, but the blind zither player was that person. Although the blind zither player had never been willing to admit that he was their teacher or leader, and even rarely spoke to him, they all held the deepest respect for him, no less than their respect for the Tang Old Master. This was the first time they had seen the blind zither player reveal such a powerful will to fight, such a true vitality. The little girl selling cosmetic powder was very uneasy. She wanted to step forward and ask a few questions, but she was stopped by the two sesame candy-selling old men. The experts of the orthodoxy also sensed the qi exuded by the blind zither player. Their expressions turned cold as they felt the same emotion as Xiang Qiu. This person is very powerful, even amongst the prefects of the orthodoxy. Only Mao Qiu could deal with this blind zither player. Ling Haijiwang and Lin, and the others who knew of his identity, were also shocked speechless, but they also felt that this was only natural. Before the longevity sect withered away, it was the ancestral court of the southern faction of the orthodoxy. Together with Holy Maiden Peak, it stood as an equal to the Li Palace. Even the Mount Li Sword sect, whose name now shook the continent, was only a subsidiary sect of the longevity sect. As the sole remaining grand elder of the longevity sect, this blind zither player was naturally very strong. Just this strong. Ling Haijiwang and the others also knew why the blind zither player had suddenly come to life. It was like they had returned to the longevity sect's heyday. Because of the figure under the tree in the courtyard. Because it was the same for them. Looking at that figure, their breathing became hurried, and their states were naturally adjusted to an unprecedented peak. Whether it was the blind zither player, Ling Haijiwang, or the other prefects of the orthodoxy, this was their first time seeing the demon lord with their own eyes. On the day they were about to kill each other, Chun Chongqing had them return to White Emperor City ahead of time, precisely to kill the demon lord. To the human race, this was the greatest, most glorious, and most wonderful mission. To the continent, this was the most shocking, most tense, and most dangerous moment. If they could kill the demon lord, today's scene and their names would assuredly be recorded in the annals of history for countless years. Even if the blind zither player's heart was like withered wood, no. Even if his heart was like dead ash, it would still reignite. Even though the names of these prefects of the orthodoxy were already destined to be recorded in the Taoist canon, they were still willing to pay everything, even their lives. The young demon lord stood up from under the tree and turned to the crowd outside the courtyard. His face was handsome and exuded an inhuman aura. The yellow sand in the courtyard suddenly floated up and danced around his body, drawing countless complicated diagrams on his black imperial robe. Ling Haijiwang's pupils constricted at this sight. Everyone felt an intense sense of alarm. Before he led Black Robe and the demon commander in overthrowing his father, the young demon lord had not been famous. Whether it was talent, battle prowess, or other aspects, he had no reputation. Not to mention Qiu Shanjun and Su Yurong. He couldn't even compare to Qin Changshen. In the entire continent, the most widely spread rumor about him was his greed for Su Yurong. Only when he pushed that legendary existence into the abyss and then coldly surrounded and killed his elder brother Han Qing, who had returned from the Mausoleum of Books, did the entire world realize that it was wrong. Now, the entire continent knew that this demon lord possessed unimaginable combat talent and unfathomable strength. But just how strong was he? It was obvious that he still had not stepped into the divine domain. From the battle on the observation platform, when Chen Changsheng used the South Stream Temple Sword Array, the demon lord seemed to be at a disadvantage. But based on Chen Changsheng's analysis, even if he used his full strength, he would not necessarily be able to kill his opponent. Moreover, the demon lord clearly still had many trump cards that he had not used. Qin Changshen could even say that the moment he decided to kill the demon lord, he felt like he could die at any moment. Just what sort of trump card did the demon lord possess to make him feel this way? Dongyangzi. The demon lord smiled at the blind zither player. You think you can kill us? The crowd was shocked, because the demon lord had spoken with a very contemptuous expression and attitude, and because the demon lord had directly said a name. It was the Taoist title of the blind zither player in the longevity sect. This name had vanished from the continent for many years. Besides Ling Haijiwang and a few other prefects of the orthodoxy, no one present knew of it. Not even the peddlers and government laborers of the Wenshui Tang clan knew of it. Yet the demon lord had exposed it with a single word. The blind zither player slightly tilted his head. After a long period of silence, he asked, "Why not?" "It's not impossible, it's just unwise." The demon lord held his hands behind him as he slowly walked towards the courtyard gate. "Back then, your sect master was working with Imperial Father. You happened to learn of this matter and were greatly dissatisfied. You wanted to interfere, but in the end, you were ambushed and heavily injured. Later on, you were besieged by the experts of my divine race on the snowy plains, your star orifices destroyed. Although you were protected by the Tang Old Master and your friends in the sect, barely managing to keep your life and even regaining your strength, you yourself should be well aware that no matter how many years you spend raising your cultivation, you have no hope of ever reaching the divine." The blind zither player quietly listened as if he was speaking of someone else's business. The demon lord indifferently said, "Is this matter not enough to make you fear the strength of my divine race?" Upon hearing this secret story from the past, the crowd was even more shocked and subconsciously turned to the blind zither player. The blind zither player had an indifferent expression, as if these words could not move him, but his two grizzled eyebrows began to tremble. Everyone could sense the pain hidden beneath his indifferent appearance. To cultivators, no matter how diligently they cultivated, how courageously they advanced, if they could never hope of reaching the divine, this was naturally the greatest despair. And this was not even considering the fact that he had such outstanding talent, that he was one of the few geniuses on the continent. If he had not been betrayed and dealt such a cruel blow by the demons, The divine domain that was incomparably distant to other cultivators would have been right before his eyes. This was the greatest pain of all. The blind zither player said, "Pain can make one feel fear. Despair can make one lose all interest in life. But there are times when it can become the power of anger." The demon lord looked at him and said, "But in the end, it still cannot change your pitiful life." The cry of a crane came from the sky. The snow that had accumulated on the eaves rustled down. In the cold wind, the white crane landed on the ground. Chun Changxing gazed at the courtyard and said, "As long as I can kill you today, all my pain can be repaid." Tang 36 replied, "No matter how you look at it, this is a profitable transaction." The blind zither player fell quiet for a while, then replied, "Yes." When he said this word, his expression was very calm. This time he was truly calm, because his two grizzled eyebrows did not tremble in the slightest. Calmness did not mean that all his killing intent had been blown away by the wind. On the contrary, it meant that his killing intent had already been submerged in the laws of the world and could no longer be withdrawn. The demon lord was alone in White Emperor City. Chun Changxing had brought with him 4 prefects of the orthodoxy and the most terrifying 5-kind man of the Wunshui Tangs. From every angle, it was time to kill him. I wish everyone happy holiday and a good time. For the next few days, don't think about anything else. Just have fun and play to your heart's content. Tomorrow is the joyous day when our old book friends raise their cups to the bright moon and get married. Let us cherish the beautiful wish of seeing their wedding photos as soon as possible and bless them to grow old together. To be continued. Chapter 200. So you've always wanted to kill me. The demon lord looked at Qin Changxing and said, "I thought that after that day, you had already given up on this idea." Qin Changxing replied, "Giving up once doesn't mean that I won't try again." The demon lord sighed, as expected of Shang Xingzhou's student. Truly a formidable hypocrite. Qin Changxing said, "The opportunity that day was not very good." "Do you think that today's opportunity is very good?" The demon lord smiled. "You should be well aware that neither the White Emperor nor Madame Mu will let you kill me. Is this the so-called balance you speak of?" Chen Changxing replied, "Maintaining balance is a very difficult task, and those who walk a tightrope often end up with bad endings. Regardless of whether the White Emperor or Madame Mu wins, they truly will not let me kill you. The problem is that victory and defeat have still not been decided." The demon lord asked, "Do you think that a person like the White Emperor will not care about anything else in the world when dealing with Madame Mu?" Chen Changxing was quiet for a while, then said, "Even if this is his stance, I am not prepared to accept it." In the Starfall Mountains, he had used the South Stream Temple Sword Array to break open the Sealing Array, confirming that the White Emperor was still there, and obtain the best answer. He had unexpectedly sent Ling Haijiwang and the Tang clan's 5-kind man back to White Emperor City, and then he and Tang 36 had hurried back. It was because he had something to do. Those seemingly perfect answers had always been answers given by others. He wanted to write an answer that belonged only to him, one that could not be faked. He wanted to kill the demon lord. No one knows if the White Emperor can stop you, but at least for now, it seems that he has not. The demon lord looked into his eyes and profoundly asked, "Have you ever wondered why he did this?" Qin Changxing replied, "Perhaps we were all thinking too much. There's no such thing as balance. His Majesty the White Emperor also wants you dead." "No, he did not stop you, because he knew that you could not kill me." The demon lord smiled at the human experts outside the courtyard. "Even if all of you work together, you still won't be able to kill me." In that world-shaking battle with the demon lord on the snowy plains, the White Emperor had been heavily injured, and then Madame Mu had used the Starstone Array to imprison him for many years. Now that he had escaped, he probably needed time to recover his strength. Moreover, there were many matters in White Emperor City that required his attention, like vengeance. But he was a true saint, the hegemon of the West. If he really wanted to stop Qin Chongqing from killing the demon lord, he should have many other methods. He did nothing, only quietly watched as Qin Chongqing had Ling Haizhuang and the others leave, then watched as Qin Chongqing left on a crane. Why was that? Was it really as the demon lord said? Qin Chongqing could not understand where the demon lord's calm confidence and the White Emperor's tacit approval lay. He was confident that neither the demon commander, the legendary 8 great mountain men, nor even the most mysterious black robe would appear today. Even a divine domain expert would need some time to fly across tens of thousands of li. More importantly, he knew that these devil experts couldn't come today. In that case, all the clues pointed to a hidden possibility. Seeing Qin Chongqing's expression, the demon lord knew that he had guessed at something. He calmly asked, "You still insist on killing me?" Qin Chongqing replied, "If that's really the case, then I want to kill you even more. Of course, your order will be pushed down a little." The demon lord asked with great interest, "Because of the matter between Biyang and Wuqiong Bai?" Qin Chongqing replied, "Those who come from afar are guests. The earlier they die, the earlier they can return home." At the start of this conversation, no one could understand what was being said. The first to come to his senses was Tang 36, and his complexion instantly paled. He knew the truth of that battle between the divine, knew how Biyang and Wuqiong Bai had been heavily injured. The next to react was Ling Haizhuang. His eyes became incomparably bright, like the hottest flames engulfing the entire world. But in their depths was a crystal core that no amount of heat could melt. He also understood the meaning of the conversation between the demon lord and Qin Chongqing. But the change in his eyes did not merely stem from the berserk rise in his fighting intent, but also from the qi of that crystal core. Yes, that crystal core was not a product of consciousness, but a real existence. That crystal core that could not be melted by fire was one of the legendary treasures of the Li Palace. Soon after, 3 divine and powerful qis emerged from the bodies of Taoist Siuan, Archbishop Enlin and Hu 32. A willow branch suffused with a gloomy luster appeared in the sky. A thin piece of paper that seemed like a banner or a painting appeared in the sky. A divine seal imbued with a simple and unadorned qi appeared in the sky. Hell willow, mountain river diagram, outer heaven seal. The Li Palace could have many archbishops, but only 6 could be called prefects. These 6 archbishops resided in the sacred halls of the Li Palace, each of them guarding one of the orthodoxy's most precious and powerful treasures. These treasures were either strange objects like the crystal core in Ling Haizhuang's eyes, or divine artifacts forged by previous saints of the orthodoxy. These treasures were the foundation of the Li Palace's grand array, where its true sharpness lay. Even a saint like Madame Mu had to be cautious in front of these qis in the Li Palace. Although Mao Chuyu, who had the highest level of cultivation, and the wall of illustrious heroes he was responsible for had not appeared today, it was probably enough. The sight of those divine artifacts in the sky and the divine and blazing qis raining down caused cries of alarm from outside the courtyard. These cries of alarm were brimming with reverence and yearning, and deep within them was a fervent devotion. The demon lord's expression finally turned grave. This was the Li Palace's grand array? Who would preside over it? Qin Chongqing was here. As the Pope, no one was more qualified than him to preside over the Li Palace's grand array. His right hand was already gripping the hilt of his sword. The world's sharpest stainless sword was not unsheathed. Instead, countless pure white rays of light appeared. These rays of light seeped out from between his fingers, illuminating the stone steps in front of the courtyard gate and the gradually blackening blood. A very round white stone floated into the sky along with the 4 divine auras. The white stone was inlaid with an extremely complex array of black and gold, making it seem extremely beautiful. This was the falling star stone. After Taoist Baisher was killed in the Taoist church of Winshui, This treasure of the orthodoxy had been temporarily placed in Qin Changxing's care. The falling star stone flew into the sky, exuding an extremely ancient qi as it began to suck in everything around it. Countless cold winds and shattered stones poured into it, and even the laws of the world began to slightly deform and distort. A deep black hole appeared in the sky, the falling star stone calmly floating within. The mountain and river diagram, the gloom willow, and the other treasures of the orthodoxy exuded a divine qi that began to revolve around the edge of the black hole and then connect with it. Countless dazzling golden threads descended like curtains of water. The entire courtyard was shrouded in this black hole, making it impossible for anyone to leave. Qin Changxing's right hand left the hilt of his sword and gripped the divine staff, pointing it at that figure deep within the courtyard. An unimaginable amount of divine energy, imbued with boundless light and heat, surged forward like a massive wave. To be continued. Chapter 201. Before that berserk divine energy could land in the courtyard, the wind arrived ahead of it. The howling winds stirred up the yellow sand on the ground and threw it in all directions. It was like they had arrived on a wasteland. The demon lord stood in this sky of yellow sand, his eyes extremely gloomy and his face extremely pale, not out of fear, but because in an extremely short amount of time his blood had begun to boil and fiercely blaze. An extremely cold and thick qi surged out of his demon body and into the sky. His black hair scattered behind him, wildly dancing in the wind like thousands of snakes. The demon robe glowed with a dim light, its surface seeming to be burning with a flame without any heat. As the cold flame spread, the demonic aura quickly enveloped half of the courtyard with a single tree as the center. The clearest sign was that night had descended upon the courtyard. This night was cold, brimming with the qi of silence and darkness, representing the most austere and callous order. But this light energy was warm, even scorching. Other than the divine, it also possessed the qi of boundlessly active life. This courtyard adjacent to the Xiong clan estate was not small, but it was not even worth mentioning when compared to these two majestic qis. In an instant, the entire courtyard was occupied by these two qis. One side was the endless night, the other was the endless light, and then they met. Logically speaking, when these two diametrically opposed qis met, it should have resulted in a spectacular spectacle that would rend the heavens and rend the earth. But this spectacle did not occur. On the contrary, everything was quiet, even peaceful. Even the fish swimming in the stream beneath the cliff outside the courtyard were unaffected. But the sheep on the mountain slope looked up at the sky in confusion, confused as to why noon and night would appear at the same time. These two qis were the purest qis in the world. The source of this grandeur was the smallest difference in the essence of matter. The true contest took place in the smallest places, like a grain of yellow sand or a gust of cold wind. At least in the short term, it was very difficult to see any grandeur. But this did not mean true peace. The dangers hidden in the most minute places, once seen, were highly likely to result in destruction. Qin Changxing knew this, as did Ling Haizhuang and the others, but they did not care because the power of light clearly held the advantage. But they did not understand why the demon lord had chosen this method of response. Did he think that his demon arts could contend against the Li Palace's grand array? There was the cry of a crane. The white crane was an immortal bird, and its divine sense was extremely powerful. It sensed the danger and flapped its wings to fly away. There was a sound of the zither. Hugging the zither, the blind zither player lightly pushed off the ground with his feet and flew several dozen zhang away, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. The sound of the zither suddenly became louder, as if it was tearing silk. A crack was torn in the darkness of the courtyard. The qi of light exuded by the Li Palace's grand array revolved around his body. From afar, he looked like a red-crowned crane that had flown into the netherworld. He was no longer a passerby enjoying his retirement in Wenshui City. nor was he a walking corpse with a heart as wooden as withered wood. He was the grand elder of the longevity sect from 100 years ago, the one with extraordinary talent, profound cultivation, and terrifying battle prowess. The sound of the guqin rang out again. Dozens of invisible waves followed his fingers and left the zither strings vibrating in all directions. The edge of the night had already been torn open, and now it was pulled even wider by the invisible sound of the zither. As night fell, the demon lord's figure rapidly blurred as if he was about to disappear into the darkness. Everyone was well aware that even though the Lee Palace's grand array was complete, once the demon lord entered the darkness, it would require even more effort to force him out. Most importantly, it would definitely consume even more time. No one knew the final victor between the White Emperor and Madame Mu, and no one knew if the victor would stop the orthodoxy from killing the demon lord. They had to hurry. Of the human experts outside the courtyard, the blind zither player was unquestionably the strongest. Thus his reaction was also the fastest. As the zither notes fell, the darkness began to fade and the demon lord's blurry figure once more became somewhat clearer. Several dozen extremely thin rays of light flashed through the demon lord's pupils. These were the projections of the invisible zither notes in his mind, and then 10 some black dots appeared in his pupils. These were the projections of pitch-black shields in his eyes. Countless sharp and concentrated sounds of cutting could be heard. 10 some pitch-black shields rapidly revolved around the demon lord's body, leaving no gaps. The invisible zither notes and the attacks of the blind zither player were all blocked by the black shields. Several hundred spatial fissures appeared on the surface of the shields and then vanished. The flying sand, painted black by the darkness, drifted to the shields and was quickly cut into even finer powder. Several cries of alarm came from outside the courtyard. The 17 netherworld armors. As the master of the northern continent, the demon lord naturally had something to rely on for daring to come alone to White Emperor City. He might even have many demon artifacts like the 17 netherworld armors, which were on par with divine artifacts. The blind zither player was unsurprised. Bringing with him countless rays of light, he continued to attack. The demon lord's expression did not change as he watched his opponent break through the darkness. He stretched out his hand and took a sword from the darkness. This sword was pitch black and gave off no edge, but it seemed to be able to suck in all gazes and all light. There were no cries of alarm. Those who recognized this sword were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The setting sun sword. This was the sword of the previous demon lord. This sword had once seen the Having Blade and the Frost God's Spear outside Luoyang. Compared to this sword, Nank's Southern Cross sword was nothing at all. Compared to this sword, the 17 netherworld armors were so dim. The setting sun sword slashed down. The darkness seemed to follow the demon lord's action, descending several hundred zhang. An unimaginable pressure descended upon the blind zither player from above. Chen Chongqing did not know if the blind zither player could resist the power of this legendary demon sword, nor did he need to know. When the demon lord attacked, Chen Chongqing also attacked. His right hand still gripped the orthodoxy's divine staff, presiding over the Lee Palace's array, suppressing the darkness and preventing the demon lord from escaping. He did not need to grip the hilt of his sword. With just a thought, countless swords shot out. More than 700 famed swords held out of the vault sheath, instantly traversing a distance of several hundred zhang to attack the demon lord. Today he wanted to kill the demon lord, so he naturally used his strongest technique. Awe-inspiring sword intent pierced through the world, seemingly wanting to pierce through light and darkness. The 700-some swords reflected the light, connected end to end as they surged forward with an indomitable momentum. In the Garden of Zhou, he had once used the technique of 10,000 swords forming a dragon. After that, for various reasons, he was no longer able to use such a powerful sword style. But today, His sword already had some of the feeling and power of that sword from back then. Countless sounds of metal scraping against each other rang out in the gloomy darkness. The 700-some sword intense cut through everything in the world, several times sharper than the zither notes of the blind zither player. Even the blind zither player himself was forced to temporarily retreat to the side, waiting for this torrential rain of sword intense to descend. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, countless tiny and unfathomably deep holes appearing in the ground. The closest wall was even silently reduced to fragments that were blown away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. Both the sound and the scene were so bizarre that it made one's hair stand on end. After a while, the storm of 700 swords came to a temporary halt. The black armor around the demon lord had already disappeared. The legendary demon artifact, the 17 Netherworld armors, had been destroyed. To be continued. Chapter 202. Those 700 swords were once famous swords in the world. Their former masters were all peerless powerhouses who dared to charge into the demon domain. In their eyes, what was the Netherworld? The wind and rain swords did not stop attacking and continued to slash down. But this time, the momentum of the sword wasn't as violent as before, and it seemed even more solemn. The positions of the swords became more certain, and the connection between them became tighter. Because the moment they shattered the 17 Netherworld armors, the setting sun sword in the demon lord's hand also slashed down. The dozen or so swords at the very front let out angry howls as they were jolted away. There were even a few swords that broke in the middle with a mournful wail. Since leaving the Garden of Zhou, besides encountering the previous demon lord in the snowy mountains, this was the first time Qin Chongqing's sword had broken. These swords were already closely connected to his soul consciousness and couldn't be separated. His mind was affected and his face paled. So he changed his sword energy, having the storm of swords form the South Stream Temple Sword Array. No matter how powerful the setting sun sword was, it could not break this sword array. So where could the demon lord go? The demon lord's expression did not change as he watched several hundred swords destroy the 17 Netherworld armors. However, as he looked at the sword formation that appeared in the sky, his eyes finally revealed a hint of astonishment. On the observation platform, Chen Chongsheng relied on this sword style to defeat him. He now naturally knew that this was the rumored South Stream Temple Sword Array. Without the assistance of a divine power that transcended the mortal realm, the demon lord truly was incapable of breaking this sword array. However, there was still no fear in his eyes. The setting sun sword truly descended, shattering the formless zither music. However, it did not touch the 700 swords that were about to rain down from the sky. Because the demon lord's attack was not aimed at Chen Chongsheng, nor was it aimed at the South Stream Temple Sword Array. From the very beginning, he had never thought of fighting against Chen Chongsheng, let alone exchanging swords. Even as proud as he was, he didn't have the confidence to compete with Chen Chongsheng in the way of the sword. The reason why the swords that were sent flying or broken were because the Netherworld armor had been forcefully broken, and their strength was not enough. That was why they were defeated by the Sunset sword. In fact, his sword was aimed at the ground. The Sunset sword landed on the ground. The setting sun sank into the horizon. Night fell. This was the painting of night. The demon lord's figure retreated into the darkness. When the sun sank into the western sea, night would envelop the entire continent. But the darkness of the night was not real. It could not even completely occupy the entire courtyard. Under the assault of the light energy of the Li Palace's grand array, it was constantly being pushed back. Chen Chongqing knew that the demon lord had not left, but had retreated deeper. However, he didn't chase after them because he needed to maintain the formation. More importantly, he had always been very vigilant. The blind zither player also didn't chase, but his thoughts were clearly different from Qin Chongsheng's. His skinny fingers fell on the strings of the zither, and a hum sounded. The sound of the zither was the signal. His and Chen Chongqing's attack succeeded in delaying the demon lord for a few moments. Perhaps it was just the blink of an eye, but it was enough for the cosmetic girl and the others to react. Countless powders, pink and white, were sprinkled into the courtyard as if they were free. The fortune-teller and the peddler stood in the sky full of cosmetics, using it as a barrier as they focused on the copper coins and the sand table. The 6 bailiffs tossed the chains on their shoulders into the courtyard. The darkness was clearly formless and incorporeal, but it was pierced through by the 6 chains and then pulled up. It gradually grew taut, transforming into a real piece of black cloth. The 2 sesame candy-selling elders raised the lapels of their robes and solemnly stepped forward. They lowered their waists, bent their knees, and punched out. A 5-kind man, these 2 sesame candy-selling elders were the most taciturn and inconspicuous, but they were the most skilled. They were descendants of the imperial clan and cultivated the most orthodox blazing sun style, which was most destructive to the techniques of the demon race. With 2 massive booms, countless dazzling rays of the sun shot out from those 2 steady and imperial fists. 2 deep depressions appeared in the taut darkness. A teeth-numbing creaking could be heard. This was the sound of real space distorting, on the verge of rupturing. As expected of the experts of the Wenshui Tangs, their combined strength was actually able to tear apart the demon lord's darkness. Before the great light of the Li Palace's grand array, the darkness in the courtyard receded, but it could not retreat. It seemed on the verge of collapse. The experts of the Wenshui Tangs had already charged into the courtyard. Qin Chongsheng's sword also finally moved, entering into the darkness. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of metal striking stone. This sound came from the sword at the very front, and then he sensed an unimaginable strength, as well as an extremely hard object that did not seem to belong to the human world. An intense weariness appeared in his eyes. He had already been prepared, and after his conversation with the demon lord, he had become even more vigilant. But he had not expected his opponent to appear so suddenly without any warning. The experts of the Wenshui Tangs were about to enter the darkness, especially those 2 sesame candy-selling elders. Retreat! The blind zither player heard Qin Chongqing shout. He did not understand. Just as his side was about to tear apart the darkness and successfully kill the demon lord. Why did they retreat? But he knew that something was bound to happen, so he immediately transformed into a wisp of smoke and retreated. The 2 sesame candy-selling elders also heard Qin Chongqing shout, but it was already too late for them to retreat. In their original plans, their blazing sun style was the most crucial method for killing the demon lord, so they were the closest to the darkness. A terrifying energy, like a flood, swallowed up the blazing rays of light on their fists and then attacked their bodies. This energy was so pure, yet so terrifying, as if it came from the divine kingdom. It even made it impossible for them to muster the courage to resist. After Qin Chongsheng yelled out, he dashed forward. He used the true meaning of the blazing sword and used the Yesher step. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he instantly arrived before the darkness. Just as the flood-like power was about to hit the 2 old men, his sword formation slashed down first. Amidst the shrill cries of swords, he grabbed the shoulders of the 2 elders and rapidly retreated. That invisible and terrifying energy pervaded every corner of the courtyard. Even the finest speck of dust seemed to carry the weight of a mountain. As he rapidly retreated, 2 streams of blood spurted from the lips of the sesame candy-selling elders, drenching the front of their robes. Qin Chongsheng landed on the ground, his body swaying and his face even paler. In a single exchange, without even seeing their opponent, the Tang clan experts had been heavily injured. Even Qin Chongsheng's sea of consciousness had been severely shaken. The shrill cries of swords suddenly vanished. The storm of swords flew back through the air and quietly floated around his body. If one looked carefully, they might realize that of the 700-some swords, several dozen had already been destroyed. The 100-some swords at the very front were vibrating at high speeds, both furious and perplexed. Just what was there in the darkness? In the depths of the darkness, a speck of light appeared. This speck of light was not particularly bright, and was even rather dim, but it was incredibly shocking, because everyone felt that while this speck of light seemed to be right in front of them, it was actually millions of li away. If this speck of light could be seen from millions of li away, just how bright would it be if it was right in front of them? When they thought of this question, the speck of light rapidly expanded in their field of vision, emitting boundless light. This light was so real, so blazing, so dazzling that even the light of the Li Palace's grand array was robbed of its brightness. A few priests of the Taoist Church of the Western Wastes covered their eyes and howled in pain, falling to the ground and beginning to roll. To be continued. Chapter 203. Dizziness married? Dizziness, no one told me. Ah, you have to be happy, girl. Even Ling Haijiwang and the others felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. It took them a few moments to get used to it, and once more turned to the darkness in the courtyard. The speck of light in the depths of the darkness had already grown much larger. It could be called a ball of light, but it was still indistinct, like it was shrouded in a fine veil. A figure appeared in the ball of light. It was faintly visible that it was naked and had a pair of white wings on its back. The dazzling rays of light came from the figure itself and scattered in all directions. Light and darkness were two powers that absolutely opposed each other, but strangely enough, these rays of light did no harm to the darkness. On the contrary, the darkness seemed to absorb a great deal of energy from these rays of light, thickening until it seemed like it was about to materialize. The powerful winds descending from the sky caused the darkness to roil, making it seem like an inky sea before a storm. A vast and divine energy, yet different from the divine energy of the orthodoxy, appeared. Everyone sensed an enormous danger. The four treasures of the Li Palace were the first to sense the hostility hidden in this power. Their divine qi abruptly swelled and descended into the depths of the courtyard, but they were unable to extinguish the mist-like ball of light. They were unable to even slow the speed at which it was expanding. The priests watched in shock as the ball of light grew brighter and brighter, the figure within growing clearer and clearer. Just what was that figure? Not even the Li Palace's grand array could suppress it? Whether it was the priests outside the courtyard or the Wenshui, Tang's five-kind man, none of them knew what had appeared in the darkness. Some of them already knew the inside story of the battle between the divine a few days ago. Was this an angel of the sacred light? Chen Changsheng silently thought to himself as he gazed at the figure in the ball of light. The darkness that had yet to fade was like a thick fog, making it impossible for even him to clearly see what was inside. But he could see the pure white wings on the figure's back, could sense the indifferent and dignified qi it exuded. The demon lord had already retreated into the depths of the darkness, impossible to find. There were some things that Chen Changsheng did not understand. This courtyard had always been under the strictest surveillance. In the last few days, no experts had appeared. With the Li Palace's grand array suppressing this courtyard, not even an expert of the divine domain would be able to silently sneak into the courtyard. How had the demon lord summoned this angel of sacred light? Where had this angel been hiding? Right at this moment, a clear howl resounded. It was Ling Haijiwang. The crystal core that seemed to be the origin of wildfire floated out from the depths of his eyes and quietly floated between his eyes. Archbishop Enlin closed her eyes and began to chant. Her gentle and steady voice lingered outside the courtyard. Those priests who were so shocked that their minds were not in the right state of mind plucked up their courage and began to chant along with her. Gradually, they calmed down, and the pious and solemn atmosphere diluted the previous panic. As the chanting grew louder, the mountain-river diagram in the sky fluttered in the wind, and its aura became stronger and stronger. who 32 stretched his hand into the air and grasped one end of the gloom willow. Silently circulating his true essence, he lashed at the darkness. Daoist Siyuan raised one hand towards the sky and held onto the outer heaven seal. At the same time, his left hand received the falling starstone that Chen Chongsheng had sent over with his divine sense in an attempt to stabilize the array. These four prefects of the orthodoxy also knew the inside story of the battle between the divine that day, so they had already mentally prepared themselves. If they only wanted to kill the demon lord, the Li Palace array, Qin Changsheng and the Wunshui Tang clan's five-kind man were more than enough. They had remained so vigilant and solemn because they knew that today they might encounter a truly powerful foe that surpassed the limits of human imagination. But they would not give up because, just as Chen Chongxing had said, if this scene really did occur, they would still kill the demon lord. But before they killed the demon lord, they first had to kill that seemingly perfect existence in the darkness. Because it was still as Qin Chongxing had said, those who came from afar were guests. The earlier they died, the earlier they could return home. The guest in these words was naturally this angel of the sacred light that still had not revealed its true appearance. The sacred light continent truly was very far. This person had to die first. The star core, the gloom willow, the mountain river diagram, the outer heaven seal, the falling star stone. The five treasures of the Li Palace exuded their most powerful qis. The grand array of the Li Palace stabilized once more. The warm light shone into the darkness, once more suppressing and freezing the surging darkness. As the night froze, the fog-like ball of light dimmed a little, and the figure of the angel inside also became a little blurry. The angel sensed the powerful pressure around it and let out a furious roar. This thunderous roar was brimming with anger and the desire to fight, as well as the desire to kill. It was angry because it had realized that these low-level beings dared to challenge its dignity. It wanted to fight because it had realized that this array truly was very powerful, and it should have been even more powerful. The desire to kill came from its very nature. It was in charge of war, and Byonghong had called it the flames of anger. From that day onwards, it accepted this name as its sacred name on the continent. The thunderous roar exploded in everyone's ears and hearts. At the same time, it also exploded in the real world. A hole was torn in the darkness, and the west wall of the courtyard was directly shaken into powder. The light and heat exuded by the angel's body transformed into real flames that furiously burned on the yellow sand of the courtyard. Every flame that could be seen, every flame that could be felt, contained an extremely terrifying pressure. Several dozen warriors from the Xiong clan estate that had come to Xiong Qiu's aid had the misfortune to directly confront this pressure. With several dozen thuds, these several dozen demi-human warriors, whose bodies were as tough as steel, were transformed into several dozen lumps of flesh and blood. The priests of the Li Palace were often accompanied by divine energy and pressure, and more importantly, by the protection of the Li Palace array, so they were not too heavily injured. The thunderous roar did not stop there. It continued to batter against the Li Palace array, like waves crashing against a reef, seemingly never-ending. The quaking of the earth grew more and more intense. The sight of the bloody mud on the street and the howling winds outside the array and the quaking of the earth made the priests tremble in silence, their faces pale. Qin Chongxing gazed at the figure of the angel in the mist, sensing the pressure contained in the light and sound, his expression solemn. This angel was even more terrifying than he had imagined, than Byonghong had described. Using the cultivation levels of the continent, this angel was probably close to the peak of the Saint Realm. Could the Li Palace array suppress it? To be continued. Chapter 204. Chen Chongxing could clearly see that the pressure exuded by the angel in the darkness was incomparably powerful. Even among the storms of the 8 directions, only the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, or Byonghong of the last 2 years, could contend against it. No one could determine if the Li Palace's grand array could suppress this person, or for how long. The Li Palace's grand array was not complete, and Mao Chuyu was still in the capital. Crucially, based on what Bianghong had said, 2 angels had appeared with black robe that day. Since one angel had appeared, the other had assuredly appeared as well. Where was it now? This was what worried Qin Chongqing the most. It was obvious that the appearance of these 2 angels was related to the demon lord. In an extremely short amount of time, he made a decision. He had to kill the demon lord while this angel had yet to break through the Li Palace's grand array and the other angel had yet to appear. This meant that he needed to enter the darkness of the courtyard, perhaps even venture into its depths. At the same time, he needed to maintain the Li Palace's grand array. Only by suppressing the angel could he ensure that the demon lord could not leave. What should he do? Don't let him come out. Chen Chongqing stuffed the divine staff into Tang 36's hands. Tang 36 incredulously asked, "Me again?" This question was meaningless. There was no one present that could temporarily replace the array pivot. To put it another way, besides Chen Chongqing, only he was willing to hold the divine staff of the orthodoxy. Who asked it to fall into his hands from the very start when the Pope passed down the divine staff? Although Tang 36's expression was very angry, and these 3 words sounded like a painful moan, he didn't refuse, because he knew that he could not refuse. He took a step forward and raised the divine staff in his hands. The expensive leather boots from Tianliang County landed on the hard bluestone floor, leaving behind an extremely deep mark. The divine staff in his hands glowed with light, driving the falling star stone and the other 4 treasures into an even more terrifying pressure that surged toward the angel in the darkness. Tang 36's face instantly paled, but his eyes appeared particularly determined. Chen Chongqing did not see this. Before Tang 36 had taken that step, he had already vanished into the darkness. The divine energy of the Li Palace's grand array isolated the courtyard from the world, suppressed the darkness and the strange world, but it had no effect on him. The night was so dark that it blocked all vision, but it couldn't slow him down in the slightest. His divine sense was like water, able to light up the farthest star in the night sky. Naturally, he could see through the darkness in front of him, but the demon lord had already retreated very deep, fusing with the darkness. Finding him would take some time. Right now, what he lacked the most was time. Fortunately, he was not alone. When he handed the godly staff to Tang 36, that person had already entered the darkness. To be more precise, that person had never retreated from the darkness. The sound of the zither rang out coldly and mercilessly into the night. The blind zither player truly did possess an unfathomable level of cultivation, and his mind was incredibly powerful. Even the descent of the angel had not been able to make him waver. Qin Chongqing heard the sound of the zither. His eyes turned slightly, and the wind and rain swords followed. The darkness of the night was torn apart by the awe-inspiring sword intent and the piercingly cold zither music, revealing a passage. At the very end of the passage was a tree. The demon lord swiftly retreated, his hands erecting barrier after barrier in front of him. The sword intent and zither music chased after the barrier, shattering it like glass. With countless clangs, the demon lord fell to the ground, his black robe as black as the darkness of the night cut into countless sharp holes. Within those cracks, golden blood was slowly seeping out. The howling wind suddenly paused for a moment. Qin Chongqing and the blind zither player appeared. The zither music lingered, and the swords formed an array like the storm. The tree suddenly vanished. It had not truly become nothingness, but had been sliced into the finest powder by the zither music and sword intent. This powder was so fine that not even the wind could pick it up, so it could not be seen. Qin Chongqing and the blind zither player did not continue to attack because they felt wary. The demon lord stopped, no longer retreating. He stood where the tree had once stood in his own darkness, his expression calm as he looked at Chen Chongqing and the blind zither player. It was like he was looking at two perfect works of art that deserved to be admired, even praised. The art of Shualal City had always followed the path of complex and magnificent art, but if one truly looked at its core, it would always be brimming with the icy aura of death. The best work of art was death itself. In the demon lord's eyes, Chun Chong Sheng and the blind zither player were already two dead men. Chun Chong Sheng and the blind zither player were getting more and more alarmed. Where did the demon lord's confidence come from? Where exactly was that indistinct, murderous intent hidden? Was it that misty ball of light in the night sky? No, the angel in the ball of light was temporarily unable to break through the seal of the Lee Palace's grand array. There was also an angel of sacred light. Chun Chong Sheng had already prepared himself for this. At some point, the string of stone pearls had fallen from his wrist into his palm. He gripped the chilly stone pearls and silently gazed at the darkness around him. As long as he could confirm his opponent's position, he would unleash his strongest attack on that expert from the other continent. He was confident that even if he could not kill or heavily injure his opponent, he would still be able to give him a massive problem. Because his sea of consciousness contained the battle experience and wisdom inherited from Senior Byonghong. Because he had the heavenly tome monoliths. When that time came, he was confident that the blind zither player would seize the chance to slay the demon lord in the midst of his zither music. But he now realized that his plan seemed to have fallen through. Just as he had said before, his spiritual sense was as calm as water. It could see the most distant stars in the night sky, could ignore the deepest of nights, but he could not confirm the angel's position. The courtyard was so quiet in the night. Whether it was the confrontation between the Lee Palace's grand array and the angel of sacred light or the demon lord right before his eyes, they all seemed to be matters of another world. Chun Chong Sheng looked at the demon lord, his expression still calm, but his palms were already somewhat damp. The 5 heavenly tome monoliths had become somewhat slippery from his sweat. This was an extremely bad feeling, and it made him even more wary. The current situation had already become like quicksand, impossible to grasp. The response from his spiritual sense and the zither music in the night sky were both telling him the angel of sacred light was not in the darkness, not in this courtyard, and probably not even on this continent. Why was that warning sign still there, and why was it getting stronger and stronger? The angel in the sky, confronting the Lee Palace's grand array, had also appeared without the slightest warning. Was he about to face the same situation? In truth, only an extremely brief moment had passed since the tree vanished. Chun Chong Sheng and the blind zither player's sword intents and zither music had already traversed the darkness several times. They did notice that there was a stone statue at the back door of the courtyard, not far away from them. Even in the darkness, this stone statue was very striking. If they turned around, they would assuredly see it. It was a half-crouched, naked man with a pair of wings on his back. He looked rather similar to the angel in the ball of light in the sky. In truth, this naked stone statue had always been an angel. Chun Chong Sheng and the blind zither player had not noticed the stone statue because it was a real stone statue. This stone statue had no chi, no breath, no vitality, no warmth, and certainly no movement. To put it another way, this stone statue was a dead object. From every angle, whether one used their spiritual sense, sword intent, or zither music to interact with it, this was the only conclusion they could reach. Suddenly, the stone statue opened its eyes. It had come to life. To be continued. Chapter 205. There had once been a tree where the demon lord had stood. That tree had been chopped into nothingness by the zither players, zither music, and Chun Chongsheng's sword intent. As the zither music and sword intent descended, a green leaf on the thinnest tip of the highest branch was swept up by the wind and carried down. This green leaf fell on the tightly shut eyes of the stone statue by the back gate. Neither Chun Chongsheng nor the blind zither player had noticed the stone statue, and logically speaking, they should not have noticed that the stone statue had opened its eyes. But when the stone statue opened its eyes, the green leaf was flicked off and lightly drifted into the wind. The blind zither player's ears twitched. With a flip of his hands, he placed the zither horizontally in front of him. His true essence surged and jolted Chen Chongqing away. There was no sound, but a speck of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. This speck of light was a slender speck of light, just like a needle. This needle of light moved with incredible speed, just like real light. One moment it was in the depths of the darkness, and in the next it was right in front of the pair. There was a soft thud. The slender needle of light easily pierced through the zither player's zither horizontally in front of him, pierced through his left shoulder, and then vanished once more into the darkness. The blind zither player's face became extremely pale, blood gushing out like glue. The two hands holding the zither fiercely trembled as if they would fall at any moment. The slender needle of light had only left a tiny wound on his left shoulder, but it seemed to have heavily injured him. The sound of something tearing through the air resounded as over 700 swords flew back from the night sky, protecting Qin Chongqing and the blind zither player within. Countless swords pointed outwards, making it look like a fruit with countless thorns growing on it. This was the most stable sword array of South Stream temples' sword array. The blind zither player's mind slightly relaxed, but he could no longer endure the pain. With a grunt, he put down the zither. The slender needle of light had only pierced through his left shoulder, but the divine and bizarre chi attached to it was constantly gnawing at his meridians. The blind zither player was half a step from the divine, but even if he used all his true essence, he could not use his spiritual sense to expel this chi. What was this chi? What was that slender needle of light? The gazes of Qin Chongqing and the blind zither player pierced through the rain of swords and fell upon the stone statue. The stone statue had opened its eyes and stood up. His eyes were extremely indifferent, devoid of any emotion. There was neither love nor hate, only coldness, as if he was not alive. However, the powerful aura that leaked out from the depths of his eyes was so real and lively. If one were to look into the depths of his eyes, perhaps one would be able to see the purest form of wisdom, which was the Dharma and logos of heaven and earth itself. Without a doubt, this stone statue was a real life form. However, he was different from all the other life forms that had ever appeared on this continent, whether it was in the way of existence or origin. The blind zither player could not see the naked and perfect body or the pair of sacred wings. However, he could clearly sense the other party's presence. His face became even paler. The stone statue slowly raised its right hand. The night shrouded the courtyard, making it extremely dark. Even Qin Chongqing could only use his divine sense to observe the environment. But when the stone statue raised its right hand, a few rays of light hidden in the cracks in space were extracted from the darkest darkness. Those rays of light converged on his hand, gradually forming into a beam, and then taking on a concrete shape. It was a spear condensed from a beam of light. The blind zither player listened, hearing the finest sounds of space being pierced and then annihilated by those rays of light. But his face was no longer pale. He no longer had any thoughts, so he was no longer wary or uneasy. He used his trembling hands to tightly grip the zither and whispered to Qin Chongqing, "Go!" That slender needle of light had left him powerless to fight back, and now they were facing a spear of light. Qin Chongqing understood the zither player's meaning. The blind zither player was prepared to use his life as the price to block this spear of light and the possible pursuit of the demon lord in exchange for Qin Chongqing's retreat from the darkness. As long as Qin Chongqing could retreat from the courtyard, he could enter the core of the Li Palace's grand array. Even if he could not defeat these two peerless experts from the other continent, he would at least have a little more chance of survival, a little more time. Qin Chongqing did not accept the zither player's request. At a time like this, even a little more time would not necessarily increase his chances of survival, and he would not leave the blind zither player alone. He had already made his preparations. He knew that when he killed the demon lord, there was a high chance that he would encounter a second angel. It was also that stone statue that had come to life. Based on what Byung-hong had said, this angel of sacred light presided over judgment and had the sacred name of Hidden Thunder. It was even more frightening than the angel currently facing off against the Li Palace's grand array. Chen Chongqing unsheathed the stainless sword, connected it to the sheath, and then used both hands to grasp the hilt. With this action, the string of stone pearls that he had been holding in his hand this entire time also wrapped around the hilt. The distant demon lord slightly arched his brows at this sight. He naturally knew what this signified. The entire continent now knew that Chen Chongqing's dagger would become a long sword after being connected to the sheath. This would only happen when Chen Chongqing was putting his life on the line. The problem was that Chen Chongqing should know who his opponent was. The demon lord knew that Chen Chongqing knew, so he did not know why Chen Chongqing would still come to kill him and insist on standing his ground, unwilling to retreat. Did he really think that he could wipe out a powerful life form from a foreign continent? Did he really think that in a hopeless situation, putting his life on the line would be of any use? Chen Chongqing appeared very calm, revealing no hot-bloodedness or impulsiveness. The courtyard, shrouded in darkness, was naturally devoid of any solemn or stirring atmosphere. He was well aware that the angels of sacred light were extremely terrifying, and for some reason, these two angels were even stronger than when Byung-hong had encountered them. But he still wanted to try, just like how Wang Pa had done in that storm in Xuanyang City, when he faced Zhu Luo's sword and the moonlight filling the sky. The angel's gaze was very indifferent. The 700-some famed swords in the darkness that seemed to be on the verge of a torrential downpour were ignored by it. Its gaze fell on Chen Chongqing's body. The expression in its eyes gradually began to change. More and more callous, more and more severe, and more terrifying. But what was truly shocking was that these were all emotions. This was an extremely rare occurrence. What did this angel see in Chen Chongqing's body? Or could it be that he felt something from Chen Chongqing's body? An extremely strange syllable burst from the angel's lips. Countless peals of thunder seemed to echo through the world. The demon lord's expression turned rather strange at this sound. Chen Chongqing was the same. There was no need for the laws of the world to automatically change. He could faintly understand what the angel meant. To be continued. Chapter 206. Byung-hong had once placed all the scenes of that battle between the divine in Chen Chongqing's mind. The language of the sacred light continent was rather similar to dragon language. When he was a child, he had memorized the last volume of the Taoist recital in Xining Village's old temple. He had learned from his master how to pronounce those words. In the cave beneath New North Bridge, he had learned dragon language from the little black dragon for a very long time. The demon lord could understand the angel's language, and he could understand some of it as well. Although it was not very precise, he knew that the angel's words were not the meaning of the stealer of fire. The meaning of those words, or those syllables, was probably descendant of light or inheritor of light. What did this mean? Chen Chongqing did not understand. The change in the angel's eyes, that callous, stern, and terrifying expression, did not seem to be an attitude toward him. It seemed more like a form of wariness. Suddenly, the angel appeared outside the rain of swords. There was no sound, no movement. It seemed like it had not moved, but it was no longer where it had been standing. This was a rather bizarre sight that made one shiver in fear. It was like it could completely disregard the supreme laws of the world. The angel looked at Chen Chongqing and raised the spear of light in its hand. Chen Chongqing stood in front of the blind zither player. The zither player sensed what he wanted to do. The wind ruffled his white hair. The blind zither player's fingers rested on the zither strings. The cold and mournful zither music resounded once more, concealing an immense unwillingness. If not for the sneak attack of his sect master, he would probably have already stepped into the divine domain. Even if he was still no match for this angel, he would still be able to fight it head-on, truly unwilling. But so what? The zither music suddenly grew louder, all its unwillingness transforming into a will to fight that slashed at the angel outside the sword array. Agitated by the zither music, the several hundred swords in the night sky buzzed and began to vibrate so quickly that it became impossible to see with the naked eye. The howling winds blew the yellow sand on the ground, but they could not get past 1 foot. The 1 foot above the ground was filled with zither music and sword intent. The blind zither player burned all his true essence to unleash his strongest attack. At this moment, the intent of the South Stream Temple Sword Array was pushed to its limit. The angel paid no attention to it, and it made no attempt to dodge. It continued to stand at its original spot, calmly watching Chun Changsheng. The sound of the zither and the sword had disappeared. Chun Changsheng and the blind zither player had been staring at the angel this entire time, confirming that it had done nothing. Even if this angel possessed an unimaginably perfect divine body, how could it not leave behind a single mark? Could it be that the sky full of sword wills and zither music did not fall on him? How did he do it? Chun Changsheng suddenly saw a stream of light in the depths of the night. The stream of light was very faint, like the ashes of a bonfire that had burned for an entire night. However, that streak of light was rather clear, and it clearly carried some sort of order, or rather direction. He thought of a possibility, and his expression changed slightly. Could it be that the moment the sword intents and zither notes descended, the angel had retreated into the darkness and then returned to the battlefield, just like when he came to the arena from the gate of the courtyard? How could an otherworldly expert who possessed such unimaginable speed be defeated? The angel calmly gazed at Chun Changsheng within the sword array, its eyes once more changing. This change was very slow, but it had a grandiose feel to it. It was like the ocean had become a mulberry field. The sea of stars had become a tomb of light. The harshness, callousness, and terror returned to indifference. But this indifference was tinged with something indescribable. Chun Changsheng felt a little cold as he gazed into the angel's eyes. It was not because of fear, but the effect that fear from many years ago had left on his soul. When he was 10, he had heard the mad roars of many monsters from that solitary mountain in the cloud grave. Senior Yu Ren had been fanning him by his bed, occasionally turning his head to look at the distant mountain. Chun Changsheng remembered clearly that every time his senior brother turned his head, his eyes would have this sort of emotion. The angel raised its spear of light and stabbed at the rain of swords. The swords naturally reacted. The sword array flowed like a cloud, tightly sealing off the entire world. With a boom, the yellow sand on the ground leapt up, breaking through the gap of 1 foot. It seemed like the entire ground of the courtyard had risen. It also seemed like Chun Changsheng and the blind zither players' bodies had sunk into the ground. What was beneath the ground? The abyss, or the godly might prison. The howling winds were cut to pieces by the zither notes. The blind zither player lowered his head, his hands wildly dancing on the zither strings. The wound on his left shoulder burst open and blood madly danced. Chun Changsheng's spiritual sense was connected to the sword array, and his face instantly paled. The spear of light stopped outside the rain of swords. But in the next moment, deep within the rain of swords, a sharp and bright spear point suddenly emerged from the void. Seeing the bright spear point right in front of him, Chun Changsheng finally understood that his South Stream Temple Sword Array could not truly block the angel's attack. There was a light clap. The strings of the zither snapped, curling up like the whiskers of a water-swallowing dragon, tightly binding themselves to the spear point. The blind zither player's 10 fingers on the strings were instantly shattered by the terrifying strength of the strings, causing blood to spurt out. Chun Changsheng raised his sword to meet it. With a light clap, the middle of the vault sheath blocked the spear point. And then there was a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. This was not the sound of the spear point grinding against the vault sheath. This was the sound of his bones trembling, incessantly echoing through his body. Apart from being bright, the tip of the spear that emerged from the void did not seem to have anything special about it. Only Chen Chongqing and the blind zither player could sense the weight it bore. This weight could no longer be described as a mountain or river. This weight was the world. This was the might of the world. How could humans endure it? Chen Chongqing had a void imperfection body that had undergone a perfect purification, and he had even soaked in the blood of a true dragon. In terms of the toughness of his body, he could be considered a rare existence in the world. But he could not endure the power of the spear point. He was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of death. The swords were connected to his mind, so they could sense the danger he was in, but they could not help him. They had to block the spear of light in the angel's hands, so they had to endure even greater pressure. The wind and rain were slightly disordered. The south stream, temple sword array, was also somewhat disordered. If not for the fact that the angel seemed somewhat wary of some of Chen Chongqing's methods, the sword array might have already been pierced through by the tyrannical spear of light. Even so, Chen Chongqing and the blind zither player could not hold on for much longer. The demon lord calmly watched this sight. He did not say farewell to His Holiness the Pope in accordance with the aesthetics of Shuala City, because he knew that Chen Chongqing still had tricks up his sleeve, whether it was the Garden of Zhou, the Green Leaf World, or something else. Until all these tricks were used, he was confident that Chen Chongqing would not die. To be continued. Chapter 207. Chen Chongqing did not enter the Green Leaf World, nor did he enter the Garden of Zhou. He was not sure if the angel could see through the laws of space like the demon lord had. Until the last moment, he would not make such a choice. So in this perilous situation, what should he do? He did something unexpected. He closed his eyes. This was not disdain, nor was it surrender. This only represented his focus and his attempt to find a way out of this situation. The angel's figure was outside the rain of swords, its spear of light thrusting at him. He knew that this was not the real scene. In this real scene, which could not be determined by sight, the angel had been moving this entire time. One moment, it was in the depths of the darkness. The next moment, it was at the weakest point of the sword array, and then it was back to its original position. In this extremely short period of time, the angel had launched countless attacks at the sword array in the night sky. But it was too fast, like a lightless lightning bolt. It was impossible to sense its movements with the naked eye. Chen Chongqing's eyes also could not keep up with its speed, so he could only rely on the sword array to block and sense. In this situation, it was simply impossible to determine the angel's position. Thus, the methods he had prepared for this angel, those heavenly tome monoliths transformed into stone pearls, naturally could not touch its body. This being the case, he simply closed his eyes, no longer attempting to use his eyes to track its movements. Instead, he spread out his spiritual sense. The spiritual sense he spread out into the darkness was like a net. He still could not determine the angel's position, but he could already clearly sense the traces it left behind as it moved through the net of spiritual sense. The rays of light that were perfectly straight, yet could suddenly turn, were so eye-catching. Chen Chongqing closed his eyes and slightly lowered his head, both hands gripping his sword. He waited for those traces to gradually show some sort of pattern, or perhaps slow down a little. The blind zither player guessed at what he wanted to do. He slightly tilted his head, the broken zither strings trembling along with his bloody fingers drifting out of the sword array. They were like countless thin snakes in the air, attempting to block those rays of light and slow down the angel. Alas, there was an insurmountable gap in their cultivation levels. The angel indifferently stood outside the rain of swords, countless rays of light flickering and then extinguishing. No matter how serene and powerful Chen Chongqing's spiritual sense was, it could not truly bind it, and the zither player's zither strings could not catch up to its figure. In battle, he was the true light and lightning. The spears of light endlessly stabbed at the south stream temple sword array. Qin Changsheng's face gradually paled. His sea of consciousness was shaken. He had already suffered a serious internal injury. However, he still didn't give up because it was obvious that the power transmitted by each spear of light was much weaker. The reason why his power was reduced was because he wanted to pursue the pinnacle of speed. The angel had chosen very carefully. He was cautious because he was vigilant. This also meant that Qin Changsheng's response was reasonable, but it was still a pity. Unfortunately, the content was the same as before. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Hundreds of rays of light flickered in and out of the night sky, like stars blinking behind a thin layer of clouds. In this brief span of time, the angel's spear of light had stabbed the rain of swords 400 sometimes. At the same time, the spear tip that had traversed through the void and arrived in front of Qin Changsheng, which was blocked by his sword horizontally, advanced towards his eyes by more than half a foot. Countless swords were sent flying, letting out angry, unwilling, and helpless cries. The spear of light seemed slow, but it was actually unstoppable as it broke through the depths of the rain of swords. It looked like a great river bursting out of a mountain. It was also like a beautiful light bursting out of the clouds. The South Stream temple sword array was about to break. Qin Changsheng and the blind zither player were about to die. Suddenly, an even more beautiful light appeared in the darkness. It was a flame from ancient times that seemed capable of burning all things. Even the darkness and the light of the sacred light angels could become its fuel. Soon after, a sword glow like the Milky Way reflected in everyone's eyes. If the angel's spear of light was a great river bursting out of a mountain, then this sword glow was the Milky Way descending from the sky. The calm surface of the water reflected the golden flame, shining with countless dazzling rays of light. Countless sparks suddenly appeared in the night sky and then flowed down to the ground. If one looked carefully, one could see that these sparks formed a straight line when joined together. A battle was progressing at a speed that the naked eye could not follow. These sparks were the marks left behind by this battle. Outside the rain of swords, the angel's figure vanished. The spear tip in front of Qin Changsheng also vanished. The countless sparks in the night sky were like fireworks, so beautiful that they moved the soul. What truly moved the soul was that this proved that the angel had been forced to reveal its true position and then began to fight. Who did that sword glow imbued with boundless light belong to? What sort of flame could ignite the darkness? And who on the continent could keep up with the angel's speed? Qin Changsheng did not need to analyze this. In truth, the moment he sensed that light, he knew all the answers. That light was so bright that even the angel's figure seemed somewhat dim, and that spear of light had become a metal rod. Only one sword style in the world could shine with such light. Only Qin Changsheng had ever truly seen this sword style. This was the true strongest sword style of South Stream Temple, perhaps even the strongest sword style of the entire continent. The Sword of Great Light. The only person that could use the Sword of Great Light was Su Yurong. Only she possessed a speed not inferior to the angel, possessed the true flame of the heavenly phoenix that could burn the darkness, of the experts below the divine domain. Only she could force the angel to reveal its true form. Xiao De could not, Xiao Zhang could not, Liang Wangsun could, but the blind zither player could not. From this, Su Yurong truly lived up to the name of the heavenly phoenix. Her appearance had abruptly changed the situation, but it was still not enough to alter the final result. The Sword of Great Light truly was ridiculously powerful, but it was still unable to surmount the gap between cultivation levels. Not everyone could be, like Wang Pe, comprehending the blade for 10 some days under the ginkgo tree and then cleaving open the world with a single slash of his blade on the Luo River. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, like a real mountain. The angel might not have been able to break the Sword of Great Light, but it could use the laws of the world to suppress it. The light suddenly became much dimmer. The yellow sand madly danced, the fierce winds howled. and the terrifying chi of energy seemed almost tangible. In the sandstorm, one could faintly make out a white-clothed girl drifting backward, like a white flower leaving a branch. At this crucial moment, Chen Changsheng still had his eyes closed. His spiritual sense had been following the angel this entire time. Countless complicated lines gradually filled the picture, transforming it into a lake. The entire courtyard was in this lake. When Su Yorong's sword of great light descended, he sensed it. He sensed the position of the angel. All the snowy plains began to burn. All his true essence was madly poured out. A moment ago he was in the rain of swords. A moment later he was in front of the angel. Then he thrust his sword forward. To be continued. Chapter 208. When the tip of the spear thrust out of the void, Chen Changxing had raised his sword to block, using the stupid sword. From the moment he had decided to kill the demon lord to the darkness in the courtyard, and now that he had finally arrived before the angel, he had used the intellectual sword. So for this final attack, he had naturally used the blazing sword. These were the 3 swords that Su Li had passed down to him in the wilderness. The angel's expression changed at the sight of the sword glow, and then it raised its left hand. It had apparently not expected Chen Changxing's speed to suddenly increase so much, his true essence also much stronger. With a light clap, Chen Changxing's sword was caught between the angel's fingers. It could no longer move, just like a clamped mosquito. The stainless sword possessed a peerless sharpness, but it was tightly caught, unable to cut through the angel's fingers. This was probably Chen Changxing's strongest attack, but it posed no threat to the angel. Logically speaking, the angel should have used its crushing stance to attack Chen Changxing. For some reason, a hint of fear appeared in the depths of its eyes. Su Li might be on the sacred light continent right now. Or had he seen this attack before? Or had he sensed something else? Chen Changxing did not notice the change in the angel's mood. He continued to burn his true essence and press forward. The stainless sword did not advance a single inch. The fear in the depths of the angel's eyes transformed into rage, and its 2 fingers twisted. The stainless sword bent like a rainbow, but it did not break. An unimaginably enormous power passed through the sword to Chen Changxing's hand. With a light clatter, countless cracks appeared on his wrist, ready to break at any moment. Chen Changxing did not care. The 3 swords that Su Li had taught him on the wilderness were not his true killing moves. These 3 swords were methods to help him reach the angel. The 5 stone pearls formed from the heavenly tome monoliths on the hilt began to rapidly revolve, traveling along the sword toward the angel's face. The angel immediately sensed that something was wrong. In the air between it and Chen Changsheng, the laws of the world were undergoing a transformation. Just what sort of object could alter the laws of the world in such a small area? The angel's face suddenly became abnormally pale, almost translucent like glass. Countless rays of light emitted from his body and shot out in all directions. If it was an ordinary cultivator of this continent, then so long as they came into contact with these rays of light that carried boundless might, then they might be incinerated on the spot. Chen Changxing wouldn't. His body was also filled with this kind of light, perhaps even more and purer. The angel immediately released its finger and began to retreat into the darkness. With a clang, the stainless sword bounced back, its razor-sharp edge cutting through space, but it did not touch the angel's body. The string of stone pearls formed from the heavenly tome monoliths shot along the sword, but they also failed to land on the angel's body. Several streams of light illuminated Chen Changxing's eyes, the marks left behind by the flapping of the angel's wings. With the angel's speed, as long as it retreated, he would find it very difficult to catch up, much less find a chance to engage in close combat. At that time, he would only be able to watch the spear of light from afar and enter a truly desperate situation. Chen Changxing didn't panic, nor did he despair, because the heavenly tome monoliths transforming into stone pearls was not his last resort. With a light clack, the stainless sword separated from the vault sheath. Chen Chongqing gripped the front of the sheath and swung it at the darkness. This action was very similar to when Luo Luo swung the falling rain whip, and also very similar to sprinkling water. Countless sword glows surged out of the sheath like a river of stars, faintly emitting the roar of a dragon. The wings of light on the angel's back incessantly flapped. Countless collisions resounded through the night sky. It was clearly a clash between a sword and a wing of light, but there was the sound of metal striking stone, abnormally clear and bright. Sparks flew in all directions in the night sky like fireworks. It was even more beautiful than the sky full of fireworks earlier. The slashes of countless swords could not leave a single mark on those two wings of light, so they naturally could not injure the angel's divine body. Those sword glows scattered like fireflies, no longer able to stop the angel from leaving the range of the heavenly tome monoliths. Even at this time, Qin Chongqing's eyes remained very calm. The heavenly tome monoliths were not his last resort, nor was his reign of swords. His last sword was not in his sheath, nor was it in his hand. That sword came from somewhere else. It was not his sword. It was her sword. Su Yurong returned from the darkness. The great light returned. The temple's sword flew through the air and slashed at the angel. Qin Chongqing extended his right hand through the string of stone pearls and gripped the hilt of his sword in the darkness. He once more used the blazing sword to slash at the angel. Both Su Yurong's sword and his sword exuded boundless light and heat. The two sword glows met in the darkness and then fused into one. They grew even brighter, like the sea of stars had descended upon the mortal world. The sword intents of the two swords fused, becoming incomparably powerful and divine and dignified. In the deepest depths of this divine and dignified was a somber killing intent that had come out of nowhere. This somber killing intent appeared abruptly and then became boundlessly majestic. From the sandy ground to the sky divided by light and darkness, everything instantly became extremely dry. Before these two sword glows, the entire world seemed on the verge of burning. The angel's eyes suddenly turned very deep and serene. It did not retreat. It raised the spear of light. It could sense very clearly that these two sword glows that could burn the world could not be avoided by relying on speed. They could only be met head-on. When Chen Chongqing and Su Yurong's sword glows met, the demon lord also sensed something, an expression of extreme shock appearing on his face. Without hesitation, he summoned all his powerful demon artifacts and laid down many arrays around him. An unimaginable might appeared between the heavens and the earth. Countless terrifying waves of qi scattered in every direction. Fierce winds howled and sand filled the sky. The blind zither player had been sent, flying into the darkness. The darkness had been melted by the two sword glows and their destructive qi, so thin that it seemed like it could shatter at any moment. This courtyard was located by a stream not far from the Xiong clan estate. Outside one of the walls was a cliff. Several hundred extremely thin stone pillars had appeared on the cliff. They looked like stone swords, exuding a faint and awe-inspiring aura. No one knew when these sword-like pillars had appeared or how they had appeared. It was a very mystical sight. The sandstorm gradually calmed and the darkness became extremely faint. Light once more fell upon the courtyard, illuminating the scene. Su Yurong's face was as beautiful as a painting, her expression calm and focused. It was impossible to tell if she was injured or not, but a few clumps of fire were burning on the sand behind her, probably phoenix blood. Qin Chongqing's face was very pale. The hand holding his sword was trembling, the web between his thumb and forefinger bleeding. His injuries were probably very severe. Across from him, the angel stood in the sand, its right hand gripping the spear of light, its wings lightly floating in the wind, its expression indifferent. A few bloodstains could be seen on the sand, as well as a broken white feather. It was obvious that it had also been injured, and not lightly. Then this was enough. The angel had actually been injured. No matter how talented Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong were, they had still not been able to cross that threshold. Before Wang had slashed with his blade in the Luo River, he had not been able to wound Taishu. How had they done it? The demon lord was stunned by this sight, thinking, is this the harmonious combination of two swords? To be continued. Chapter 209. Under the command of military advisor Black Robe, Shualao City's intelligence network was extremely efficient. The events of South Stream Temple's closing ceremony had long ago been recorded in extremely detailed dossiers. The dossiers even included the painting of a painter from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets who had defected. The demon lord had personally seen this painting, seen those two dazzling sword glows, but he still believed that the descriptions in the dossiers were too exaggerated. Only today, when he saw these two sword glows with his own eyes, did he realize that reality was even more exaggerated than the descriptions in the dossiers. The angel calmly gazed at Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong. Golden blood slowly dripped down from its broken white wings. Its expression was still indifferent, but its eyes had already turned serious. It had not expected that these two young humans would be able to block a full-powered attack from its spear of light. What truly made it wary were Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's sword intents. Those two fused sword intents were still not enough to defeat it, but there was something hidden within that made it feel an unprecedented unease. It made it even more uneasy than the string of stone pearls on Qin Changsheng's wrist. Just what was that dry and cold qi that rose from the yellow sand to the sky, that aura that seemed capable of destroying all things? The angel possessed unimaginably vast knowledge, because it had lived for an extremely long time and also possessed the eye of the saint bestowed upon it by God. Thus, it could foresee the terrifying aspects of those stone pearls, even recognize Qin Changsheng's 3 attacks, see through the sword slashes, and directly break them. But it did not know what that aura revealed when Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's swords joined together was. That aura was destruction, originating from the long-lost Having Blade style. To be more precise, it was burning the world. The Having Blade style was Zhou Dufu's supreme technique. Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong's swords, joined together, originated from the Having Blade style they had cultivated in the Mausoleum of Zhou and the Mausoleum of Books. When their sword glows descended, they naturally carried some of the powerful will that Zhou Dufu had used to oppose the entire world, even daring to destroy it. In the face of this will and qi, even experts of the divine from the other continent would feel fear. Zhou Dufu was the supreme expert beneath the starry sky. Both the central continent and the sacred light continent were beneath the starry sky. The angel took in a deep breath. With this breath, the air around the entire courtyard began to dance wildly. His naked chest and abdomen rose slowly before falling back down. The sounds of wind and thunder could be vaguely heard. He raised his spear of light and aimed it at Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong. Fear stemmed from the fact that his long life was threatened, and this would stimulate his endless desire to kill. This was the instinct of life, even if he was a servant of God. The angel had decided to kill Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong, using its strongest move, even if it would worsen its injuries. He could not allow these two young humans to continue growing. Qin Changsheng could feel the terrifying pressure coming from the spear of light even from a distance of several tens of feet. He did not intend to retreat because the angel was simply too fast. Even if Su Yurong could keep up, he could not. He raised his left hand and aimed at the spear of light. The stone bead, which had already returned to his wrist, began to spin, emitting popping sounds. This voice sounded very soft, but in fact, it contained the power of countless years. The thousand-some sword glows scattered through the night sky, pierced through the air, and quietly hovered around him and Su Yurong. The South Stream Temple sword array had been completed once more, and with the heavenly tone monoliths as its foundation, Qin Changsheng was confident that he could resist the angel's attack at least for a few moments. As long as he could buy a few moments, he and Su Yurong could attack. He was confident that Su Yurong understood his meaning, but out of the corner of his eye he saw that she did not move and lightly shook her head. They could not continue fighting here, or else too many people would die. The priests outside the courtyard were not protected by the Li Palace's grand array, so they would assuredly be jolted to death by the shock waves of the battle. And how many demi-human civilians in White Emperor City would die? Chun Changxing glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. He had no objection to this. "Let's go," Chun Changxing said. Su Yurong extended her left hand and grabbed his collar. He was much taller than Su Yurong, but she effortlessly grabbed him. She seemed very practiced, as if she had done this many times before. There was a loud bang. Yellow sand madly danced, and cold winds blew. White wings would occasionally appear and then vanish. Su Yurong and Chun Changxing left. A hole was punched through the clouds in the night sky. The Li Palace's grand array very naturally opened a path. The angel in the night sky that was resisting the Li Palace's grand array was also too late to stop it. Golden blood no longer dripped, but the white, severed feathers were striking on the ground. The angel raised its head to the sky, confusion in its eyes. It did not understand why these two young humans had chosen this method of battle. As a servant of God, it was innately capable of using the laws of the world. Even the fastest expert on the continent could not surpass him in terms of speed. Confusion only lasted for a moment. Countless rays of light illuminated the night sky. Another hole appeared in the night sky. The wings flapped in the wind. The answer also drifted in the wind. The angel transformed into a stream of water and began to pursue that place. The courtyard returned to silence. The demon lord walked out of the darkness and raised his head to look at the clouds in the night sky, at the two holes in the clouds that were slowly closing. "I'm truly jealous," he sighed. "I want nothing more than for your hair to turn white in one night, but I also don't want you to grow old. What should I do?" Only half of the courtyard was shrouded in darkness. Not far from the ground, it was bathed in the clear and bright light. All of White Emperor City could see the abnormality in the sky. These were two dazzling lines of fire. At the front of these two lines of fire, one could faintly make out the flapping of pure white wings. The demi-human civilians were so shocked by this sight that they were speechless. Some of them believed that they had seen a god and began to kowtow. The two lines of fire seemed to be moving slowly, but they were actually extending with incredible speed, chasing each other. In a few seconds, the two lines of fire had entered the higher clouds. The clouds exuded boundless light as if they were on the verge of burning. The frigid winds buffeted against one's face at high speeds like icy blades. The flapping of the wings compressed the air with unimaginable speed, causing thunderous booms. Su Yurong brought Chun Changxing into the sky, into the depths of the clouds. All around them was a vast expanse of white. Without experience, it was very easy to lose one's sense of direction, and one might even crash into the hard earth. Su Yurong naturally did not have this problem. Chun Changxing had many experiences riding cranes, so he was also very calm. Perhaps because the air was gradually thinning, or perhaps because the clouds were thickening, the surroundings suddenly grew quiet. Chun Changxing turned to Su Yurong. The sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, scattering into gentle rays of light that fell on her face. It was an indescribably beautiful sight. The beauty here did not refer to the world of light and shadow. It referred to her picturesque face and the crystalline beads of sweat at her temples. Chun Changxing suddenly asked, "Do you often fly with someone?" Su Yurong glanced at him, confused as to why he was asking this question. To be continued. Chapter 210. In such a tense moment, one should talk about what to do next and where to go. Even if one knew that he was going to die and wanted to leave some powerful last words, one should often start with a review of one's life. Just like what happened on that night when Chun Changxing was trapped in the Tong Palace by Mou and encountered the Black Dragon. Therefore, Su Yurong didn't understand what was wrong with Qin Changsheng. If it was an ordinary girl, she might have been annoyed and turned her face away with a cold snort. But she was not an ordinary girl. She was a girl who, despite being a holy maiden-in-waiting, still had to go to town every 10-odd days to play mahjong. Moreover, she was not afraid of killing a lecherous gambling den owner with a single strike of her sword. Moreover, there was nothing to do in the clouds right now. Although the angel of sacred light was terrifying, it had yet to catch up. I'll fly you over. When you returned to the capital last time, you didn't bring Shuang or along to try. I'm not a scarlet goose or a flying chariot. Su Yurong's tone was still very calm, but Chen Changsheng could tell that she was starting to get impatient. He explained, I just think you're very skilled. Su Yurong said, I've said it before, I'll bring you flying. Of course Qin Changsheng wouldn't forget. Back in the garden of Zhou, he had been chased by Nank's twin wings. He had traveled from the bottom of the lake all the way to the pond on the outskirts of the plains of the unsetting sun. When he broke through the water, he was already unconscious. She was the one who told him what happened after that. At that time, she had jumped down from Sunset Valley. Her divine soul had awakened once more, and a pair of phoenix wings had sprouted from her back. Was that how she grabbed him and flew away? Qin Changsheng still felt a little awkward. Any man who was held in the hands of his fiancée would probably feel the same way. Moreover, she had only grabbed it once. Why was her technique so proficient? Could it be that she practiced often? What was she practicing for? Su Yurong looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. She smiled and said, Later on, when you were unconscious, I carried you many times. This referred to what would happen after entering the plains of the unsetting sun. At that time, she was heavily injured and Chen Changsheng was unconscious. If she wanted to take him away, what else could she do besides carrying him? Although he was carrying it and not flying it, it was still the same thing. Qin Changsheng also understood and said regretfully, I always carried you on my back. Su Yurong said, You are taller than me, how can I carry you? Qin Changsheng thought it was reasonable, but then he felt it was unreasonable. I'm taller than you, so it's not convenient for me to carry you. Does that mean it's convenient for me to carry you? He thought about it for a long time and felt that he could only hold his belt. This scene was rather unbearable, so he fell silent. Su Yurong asked, Your last resort is the heavenly tome monoliths? Qin Changsheng said, No, it's you. When he gave this answer, there was no hesitation. He did not even think about it. These were the most romantic words. He was acting like a playboy. Su Yurong knew he wasn't. His answer was not words of love, but the truth. But she still blushed, because her last resort was also him. This was not the truth of love. This feeling of being a match made in heaven, it really made people feel a little shy. She suddenly thought of a question and asked, You knew I was coming? There were many details about the battle in the courtyard. From Chen Changsheng's response, he should have been waiting for her to attack. On the day Chusu was driven away, a few things happened and my mind was in a mess, so I didn't think. Qin Changsheng continued, Later on, when I was burying Senior Byonghong and Wu Qiongbai, I saw the traces of fire in the rocks and guessed that you were coming. Su Yurong asked, So you were waiting for me to appear? Qin Changsheng replied, Since you were in White Emperor City, when I couldn't hold on any longer, you would naturally appear. This was the truth, not words of love. Su Yurong's face grew even redder. In order to conceal her embarrassment and the heat on her cheeks that not even the cold winds could cool, she decided to criticize him. Then you should have told me your plan first. It wouldn't have been so dangerous. Qin Changsheng knew that in terms of calculation, he was far inferior to her. If she had been the one to carry out today's plan, the outcome would have been even better. At least they would not have been forced to leave the ground and be pursued by that terrifying angel of sacred light. The problem was, since she did not want to appear for some reason, how could he tell her his plan? Could it be like that year when he and Tang 36 stood under the great banyan tree and shouted to the entire capital? Su Yurong replied, "It doesn't matter if I know or not, but there's someone who should know ahead of time." Chun Chang Xing did not understand who she was speaking of. In this complex and incomparably dangerous situation, was there anyone more important than her, more worthy of trust? Just when he was prepared to ask his question, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The clouds in front of them suddenly became extremely viscous, almost like quicksand. The speed of the two became much slower. A hint of wariness appeared in Su Yurong's eyes. Without hesitation, Chun Changsheng waved his left hand. Countless swords flew through the air, slashing at the increasingly viscous clouds. Sword intents incessantly cut at the clouds, cleaving out a relatively weak path in front of the pair. Su Yurong also moved. The true flames of the heavenly phoenix emerged from her pure white wings, burning the clouds and making them sizzle. With a whoosh, they charged through the thick clouds. The clouds broke. The sun rose. The sun in the sky did not seem to have any color like it did from the ground. It was pure white, exuding boundless light. The clouds were also white, reflecting the white light. Even the blue sky was dyed white. As far as the eye could see, all the pair could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. The blazing light was very dazzling. Several dozen li to the west was a very small black dot. In their eyes, the small black quickly enlarged and turned into a figure, dressed in a deep blue palace gown. Madame Mu stood on the clouds, her hands held behind her. Su Yurong fell silent as she gazed at this graceful and graceful saint. She had not expected that while the White Emperor had returned from the Starfall Mountains, Madame Mu would come here. Moreover, Madame Mu made her recall the woman she most admired in her life. She clearly knew that the situation was still under her control, but she still felt an intense unease. Chun Changsheng did not know everything, but he was actually somewhat calmer. She is not her. Only Su Yurong understood what he meant. Chun Changsheng was not intimidated by Madame Mu's bearing. He did not feel that Madame Mu was very similar to the Tianhai Divine Empress. The current world's evaluation of the Tianhai Divine Empress could be said to be mixed, and it was probably the same in the future history books. But there was one thing that no one dared to deny, not even his teacher Shang Xingzhou. She had a broad mind. This was not about being benevolent, not about being merciful, but about having a broad mind. The Tianhai Divine Empress had the world in her heart. Whether she wanted the world to prosper or perish, her gaze had always been on the world. Madame Mu was of noble birth and possessed an extremely high status. She dared to ally with the demons, even collude with the other continents, but her gaze had always been on the present. But this did not mean that she was not strong enough. At the very least, Chun Changsheng and Su Yurong were no match for her. Even when the two swords joined together, it was the same. The clouds moved again, a bulge appearing and then bursting open like a flower. The angel broke through the clouds. To be continued. Chapter 211. In the end, Su Yurong and Chun Changxing had still been delayed by the suddenly thickening clouds, unable to throw off the angel. Although they had never thought about throwing it off at the start, after seeing Madame Mu, this became their only choice. The angel sensed Madame Mu's presence and turned, its indifferent eyes subtly shifting. Even it had to admit that Madame Mu was powerful. Madame Mu slowly arched her brows at the angel. She could clearly sense that this angel of the sacred light had grown even stronger. Because it had descended for a longer period of time, was it gradually getting used to the laws and principles of this world? In the next moment, she sensed a familiar scent in the divine qi exuded by the angel. Only now did she understand that the demon lord had insisted on attending the origin returning ceremony for this reason. Madame Mu was several dozen li away in the west. The angel was several li away in the east. No matter how one looked at it, this situation could not be resolved. Not even Byung-home's resurrection could break it. Wang Pe and the Mount Li sword sect master could not cross 10,000 li to arrive. Not even experts of the divine domain could completely ignore spatial distance. So who could resolve this problem? Chun Chongxing said, "It seems like there really is a problem with my plan." Su Yurong said, "It's just a little troublesome, no problem." Chun Chongxing said, "I'm worried that the White Emperor will not act." Su Yurong said, "Since he has seen all living beings, he must act." Chun Chongxing did not understand. In the end, they are husband and wife. Su Yurong said, "That's because you don't know who their original target was." Chun Chongxing still did not understand. Even if the White Emperor acts, it might not succeed. Su Yurong said, "It's still the same thing. Since he has seen all living beings, he will definitely succeed." Chun Chongxing still did not understand, but the angel's spear of light had already arrived. The dazzling sunlight seemed to be swallowed up by the terrifying might of the spear. The sky suddenly darkened, and the clouds seemed to turn gray. Light descended once more, bringing with it the purest and most dignified chi from the temple sword. Pure white wings drew out streaks of light in the sky. Countless swords followed and protected it, like a waterfall that could freely turn and turn. It was an abnormally magnificent and beautiful sight. Amidst the rain of swords, a sword will suddenly rose up and entered the great light. The light did not become brighter, but it seemed to have become a tangible existence, just like the layer of clouds from before, extremely viscous. The angel's body suddenly slowed. Note, 2 sword lights. One fell. It had an indescribably exquisite trajectory and indescribable sword momentum. Once again, it clashed with the light spear that carried boundless might. The sun in the sky suddenly dimmed countless times. Clouds rolled up by the fierce wind covered the entire area, and within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were goose feather-like clouds drifting everywhere. An invisible giant bell split open between heaven and earth, shooting out countless sound waves and air arrows. The scattered clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sky became clear again. The angel remained in its original position, while Su Yurong and Chun Chongxing had retreated several li. In the gradually calming chaotic clouds, one could see burning phoenix blood, shattered sword glows, and a broken feather that was whiter than the clouds. Just like in the courtyard, the angel had been injured once more, and Su Yurong and Chun Chongxing's injuries were even more severe. The harmonious sword art born from the having blade style and the South Stream temple sword array truly did possess a power that surpassed cultivation levels. Thus, it had been able to directly contend against Wu Qiongbai, but it was still not enough to defeat an expert of another world like the angel. But no one felt that Chun Chongxing and Su Yurong were very weak. At their current age and cultivation level, it was already extremely difficult to imagine that they could injure an angel. Just like the angel, Madame Mu also saw even more problems in these 2 sword glows, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. The goose feather-like cloud stilled, a clear ravine appearing in the sea of clouds, an extremely small hole there. Su Yurong and Chun Chongxing had vanished, flying down the hole into the clouds. A line of fire appeared in the sky. The clouds were thrown into disorder as the angel pursued. Below the clouds were the mountains on the other side of the Red River. Madame Mu was well aware of this. When she thought of the world-scorching chi in those 2 sword glows and the wildfire of the celestial trees in the mountains, the surprise in her eyes deepened. She thought that this was Su Yurong's strategy and felt a faint admiration for the saintess's calculation ability. Then, she felt a faint sense of mockery and pity. But she was not prepared to wait for Su Yurong to realize her mistake, because that person had already returned to White Emperor City. Her blue palace gown drifted in the wind, her sleeves stirring up a cool breeze. The sea of clouds fiercely leaped like cotton. Each leap signified the compression and struggle of the clouds in a radius of several hundred zhang. The clouds gradually parted, gathering in various places, gradually splitting into countless islands. These islands were constantly compressing inward, an unimaginable energy filling every tiny space within. No matter where Chen Changxing and Su Yorong were hiding in the clouds, they could no longer escape. The clouds continued to collapse inward, all the mist particles and the gradually condensing water droplets attracting each other, creating a terrifying weight. Even the rays of the sun seemed to slightly deform as they passed by the edges of the clouds. If these clouds continued to collapse, both Su Yorong's heavenly phoenix bloodline and Chen Changxing's immaculate body would ultimately be crushed to death. This was the rumored gathering of the most powerful techniques of the great Western continent's imperial clan. This was the divine technique of the saint. Countless clouds continued to compress, their shapes still unable to settle, transforming into all sorts of shapes. Some clouds were like the pirates of the great Western continent. Some clouds were like grand scholar Tungas. Some clouds were like tigers. The blue palace gown no longer danced. Her sleeves gradually grew still. Madame Mu calmly gazed at the cloud. The cloud calmly gazed at her from the gradually dispersing sea of clouds. It was like a tiger calmly gazing at her from the gradually flattening grassland. The cloud was white, the grassland was also white, like it had been smeared with frost. It was a white tiger. Note, suddenly I had a thought and wrote this word in that sentence. Then I was stunned to realize that this was the first time in my tensome years of writing that I had used this word. For someone like me, who has always had a poor vocabulary, this is something to be proud of. Thus, I casually looked it up and was stunned to realize that what I had always been reading was wrong. I had always been reading Swearan. Then I thought of the past. How few there were would forever be written as how few there were, until it was painfully pointed out by a reader. I have already forgotten the name of this reader, but every time I think of it, I am filled with boundless gratitude. I have never been good in this aspect, and I am not serious, so I often make mistakes. 10 years ago, I was ridiculed many times by my superiors. In this chapter, there are clouds that look like pirates and clouds that look like grand scholars. I basically write about them once in every book, just like the words pretending to be lonely and imitating despair. Of course, I am not a literary youth. This is just my way of determining coordinates. Now that I think about it, I really haven't read much after the age of 26. I had originally planned to start reading War and Peace in October. This was the truth. But I've been as busy as a dog this year, so I'll think about it later. But I still recommend that everyone read more. Read the books that you want to read. Finally, today's chapter has a very good title. To be continued. Chapter 212. Not long ago, the White Emperor had returned to his city. Then he had returned to the imperial city. But Madame Mu was not present. As he gazed at the cold and deserted observation platform and the quiet stone hall, the White Emperor raised his brows. A raised brow did not mean surprise or surprise. It could also mean some sort of interesting emotion. The White Emperor walked to the stone railing and caressed the cold sensation that he had not touched for several years. He gazed down at the cracked whale fall platform, completely different from how it had been several years ago. With a calm expression, he recalled certain things, calculated certain things. There were very few things in the world that could surprise him. Everyone believed that he was in a hurry to find his wife and take back his imperial city, and his country. But this was not the case, so he was not in a hurry to find his wife. Instead, he stood by the railing and calmly waited. He was waiting for the consequences of those events that had already occurred. He was waiting for something that he wanted to see happen. He calmly gazed at the rivers and mountains of the world, and then his gaze fell on the courtyard in the western part of the city. The darkness and light over the courtyard were not conspicuous in the real world. So how could he not see them? But this was not enough. Even though the angel in the ball of light in the darkness was becoming clearer, it was still not enough. Soon after, he heard the sound of a zither, heard the cry of a sword, and saw that stone statue slowly opening its eyes in the darkness. The White Emperor's brows rose in interest, gradually beginning to exude killing intent, though he did not know who this killing intent was directed at. The Pope and the Holy Maiden could allow him to see all living beings, so they could naturally allow the other races to appear before all living beings. 2 lines of fire tore through the darkness, broke through the Lee Palace's grand array, and flew into the sky. Everyone in White Emperor City saw this sight. Emperor Bai was also watching this scene, quietly. His gaze slowly followed the 2 lines of fire up, ultimately resting on the clouds at the very top. He did not look at the place where the 2 lines of fire had sunk into the clouds, but several dozen li away. That place was in the west. Even if it was only several dozen li, it was still slightly to the west. The White Emperor felt somewhat sorrowful. When the tiger-like cloud appeared in the sky, Madame Mu stopped moving. The sea of clouds returned to normal. Su Yurong and Chan Chongsheng descended into the mountains on the other side of the Red River. The angel transformed into a line of fire and followed. Madame Mu ignored them, only quietly gazed at the white cloud. Chan Chongsheng and Su Yurong will still die, but I don't think you care too much about this, because it has nothing to do with you. No matter how much the cloud resembled a tiger, it was still just a cloud. Naturally, it would not answer. No one knew who she was talking to. You've always liked to hide behind the scenes and let others fight in front of you. You only appear when you feel that it's time to pick the fruit. Madame Mu mocked. As husband and wife, how could I not know what you were thinking? How could I let you use me? The white cloud that resembled a tiger was gradually dispersing. Madame Mu's expression returned to indifference. Countless gusts of wind sounded in the mountains. The gigantic celestial tree swayed in the wind, and the branches at the top broke and fell like a torrential downpour. From time to time, cracking sounds could be heard from the depths of the incomparably thick tree trunk. It sounded exceptionally terrifying. The priests and guards of the celestial tree temple turned pale with fright when they saw the scene, and they began to yell everywhere. 2 streams of light pierced through the branches of the celestial tree, stirring up countless flames and scattering sparks. If not for the fact that the celestial tree's nourishment had always been the underground wildfire, it might have already been set ablaze. As the celestial tree swayed, the scorching chi of the wildfire rose from the branches and leaves into the sky, evaporating a massive hole in the clouds. With a loud bang, the 2 streams of light finally met and separated. Over a dozen thick branches were broken, and 2 figures crashed heavily into the trunk of the celestial tree, creating 2 extremely deep holes before falling to the ground. Su Yurong's wings were stained with golden blood and fire, while Chen Chongsheng's Taoist robe was stained with blood. He looked around at his surroundings and found them rather familiar, but there was no time to think. In a streak of light, the angel slowly landed on the ground. The spear of light in its hand was thinner than before, the mottled bloodstains on its surface even more distinct. Chen Chongsheng raised the sword in his hand and stood in front of Su Yurong. The stainless sword had clashed with the spear of light 4 times. The sword was undamaged, but his body was on the verge of collapse, his right hand constantly trembling. It was obvious that Su Yurong had made a massive mistake. She had probably wanted to borrow the wildfire of the celestial tree to strengthen her phoenix fire, while also using the ancestral spirit of the demi-human race to suppress the soul of the angel. But the ancestral spirit in the celestial tree showed no reaction to the arrival of the angel, as if it had already accepted it. Even more frightening was that the wildfire of the celestial tree seeping out of the leaves had been absorbed by the angel, making it even stronger. Just why was this happening? Su Yurong's condition was a little better than Chen Chongsheng's. Her face was also rather pale, but her expression was very indifferent. Chen Chongsheng was somewhat relieved, but also confused. Is a brightly lit Tao heart really so formidable? In this sort of situation, how can she still be so calm? He had no time to ponder these questions. The angel had already walked over, exuding a pressure as vast as the sea of stars. While Chen Changsheng and Si Yurong were in desperate straits deep in the mountains, the situation in White Emperor City had become extremely dangerous. Mao Qiuyu remained in the capital. In the end, the Li Palace's grand array was not in its most perfect state. It had trapped that ball of light in the darkness for so long, but it was finally showing signs of collapse. A streak of cold darkness silently floated out from the courtyard and rolled towards Tang 36's body. The Orthodoxy's divine staff in Tang 36's hand radiated light, presiding over the Li Palace's grand array. He could not be distracted at this time, much less retreat. Ling Haijiwang and the other archbishops were also focusing their true essence and spiritual senses on maintaining the array, resisting the angel in the mist of light. The blind zither player, heavily injured, had retreated from the courtyard and had yet to catch his breath. The clouds of makeup rose once more, the chains clattered, and the cudgels of water and fire shattered the darkness. The government laborers and the girl appeared in front of Tang 36, blocking the demon lord's sneak attack. But they could not prevent the darkness from interfering with the connection between the divine staff and the other treasures. It had to be said that the demon lord had chosen the perfect time and target. Under the terrifying attacks of the angel, the incomplete Li Palace's grand array was already on the verge of collapse. Finally, it could not hold on any longer. A peal of thunder suddenly boomed in the distant sky, and then there was a crisp crack. It was like a mischievous little beast from a demi-human tribe several hundred li away, breaking a porcelain bottle that his grandfather had traded for 300 jin of beast hide in human territory. The moment the bottle broke, liquid light gushed out, filling the sky with darkness. It surrounded, cut, and then melted the light emitted by the Li Palace's grand array. Yesterday, I said some nonsense after a long absence. I miss everyone very much. To me, the realization of my longing is nothing but chatting with everyone. Too many bad things have happened in this past year, making me question life and then very tired. In short, I hope that all of you are well, and I also want to be well. To be continued. Chapter 213. This light came from a streamlined and extremely beautiful pestle of light. This pestle of light was gripped in a steady and terrifying hand. This hand belonged to the angel that had broken through the mist of light. This angel of sacred light presided over war and had been named Fury by Byung-hong. Its eyes, devoid of human emotion, were brimming with ruthlessness and a desire to kill. In its eyes, these human experts were like ants. It had been trapped by these ants for so long, a humiliation that it could not endure. To wash away this humiliation, it had decided to kill everyone around this courtyard. No, it had decided to kill everyone in this city. Almost tangible liquid light followed its movements and sprinkled into the surrounding sky, carrying with it an unimaginable aura of terror. Any living being that touched this liquid light would instantly turn cold, lose its breath and soul. Whether it was the birds in the sky or the flowering trees by the stream outside the courtyard, the golden liquid light sprinkled against the Li Palace's grand array. Countless bolts of lightning illuminated the darkness, bringing with them thunderous impacts. In the sky, the falling star stone rapidly spun, but the black path grew smaller and smaller. The gloom willow also became mottled, and all the treasures of the Li Palace were suppressed. The angel saw that these ants were still bitterly holding on, and its ruthlessness intensified. It let out a howl brimming with the desire to kill. The howl landed on the ground, stirring up countless gales that shattered the eardrums of many priests. Some of the weaker priests even fainted. Finally, the porcelain bottle broke completely and shattered into pieces, just like the blue sky that had suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. The falling star stone, the gloom willow, and the other treasures of the Li Palace flew back into the hands of Ling Haijiwang and the others. With the Li Palace's grand array broken, those maintaining the array suffered an extremely powerful backlash. Their faces turned abnormally pale, massive waves raging in their seas of consciousness. As the pivot of the array, Tang 36 suffered the greatest impact. He vomited blood and tottered, his grip on the divine staff almost slipping out of his hand. The cosmetic-selling girl rushed back to his side and supported him. The other experts of the Tang clan stood around him. The blind zither player struggled back to his feet, his blood-stained fingers trembling as they plucked the strings, producing a dull and hoarse sound. The darkness swept out from the depths of the courtyard. Unbroken by the zither music, it quickly reached the gate. The demon lord walked out of the darkness. He was holding a stone pestle in his hand. There was nothing special about it, but it seemed to have some kind of magical power that attracted countless gazes. The angel of the sacred light also walked out of the darkness, but it was higher up in the sky, above everyone else. Countless rays of light shone down from the sky. They did not disperse the darkness of the night. Instead, they shrouded the courtyard along with the darkness of the night. Everyone felt that unimaginable pressure, and their faces turned extremely pale. Hundreds of priests forcefully endured the agony in their sea of consciousness. They lowered their heads and recited the Taoist scriptures. The pious chanting reverberated around the courtyard, resisting the pressure from the light. Naturally, it revealed a solemn and stirring feeling. Ling Haiji Wang and Lin and the others also arrived at the main gate of the courtyard, staring at the demon lord on the stone steps. They knew that if they wanted to survive today, their only chance was to kill the demon lord before the angel could act. The question was, would the angel give him this chance? "I don't want to kill you this way," the demon lord sighed. "Alas, none of you gave me any other choice." The blind zither player said nothing. Ling Haijiwang's complexion flickered, and Tang 36 tightly gripped the divine staff. They could tell that the demon lord was speaking the truth. Two angels of the sacred light, separated by 100-some li, appeared in the sky at the same time. The two shores of the Red River, whether it was the mountains or the stone city, were shrouded in light. The light contained an unimaginable pressure, announcing the arrival of powerful beings of different levels from the other world. Looking at the scene in the sky and feeling the sacred pressure in those rays of light, the people of White Emperor City were terrified to the extreme. Many people were so frightened that they directly sat on the ground. Even the bravest demi-human warriors turned pale and could not muster up the courage to fight. The important personages of the demi-human race that had entered the imperial city, like Jin Yulu, Xiaoda, the Shi clan leader, and the Bear tribe leader, also saw the two angels in the sky. They were still standing unfazed, but their complexions were very unsightly. There had been no sign of activity from the observation platform. The White Emperor might be in a standoff with Madame Wu. So who would deal with these two angels? These two angels of the sacred light were opponents they could not defeat, and this made them furious and unwilling. "I'm very unhappy." Jin Yulu took a giant axe from the Bear tribe leader's waist and turned to Xiaoda. "Throw me into the sky. I want to try hacking at their heads." He was the most senior and had the highest cultivation level, so no one objected. The other demi-human experts were also very unhappy. Xiaoda indifferently said, "I plan to sit on a black vulture and stab that fellow." The Bear tribe leader said, "Then I'll throw." Jin Yulu expressed his agreement. He pointed at the angel above White Emperor City and said, "I'll hit this one." Xiaoda pointed at the angel on the other side of the Red River and said, "Then I'll hit that one." A large part of the demi-human experts' displeasure stemmed from the attitude of the two angels. The two angels were far too indifferent. Even though they could sense the fighting intent of the demi-human experts, their expressions did not change. It was like to them, this city, this continent's so-called experts, were all ants. Those people, their faces full of fear, and if not for the fact that it was so crowded, their legs might have turned to jelly, were even more ants. The vast majority of the populace had flooded into the streets, either fleeing in all directions or looking fearfully at the sky. The inn on the side of the street was already empty. A stray cat had sneaked into the kitchen, attempting to take advantage of a freshly cooked piece of meat. There was a light crack from a room on the second floor of the inn, like a mirror had been smashed. The stray cat that had just leapt onto the stove was startled. With a meow, it flew out of the window and vanished. The crowd paled as they stared at the sky. They paid no attention to the noise in the inn, nor did they know what had happened inside. A few moments later, a blue-clothed Taoist walked out of the inn. This Taoist had calm eyes and a head of black hair devoid of frost. His walk was indescribably casual, and his arched brows exuded an intimidating air of nobility. Based on his appearance, he was at most 20 years old, but based on his bearing, he had lived for at least 200 years, and that was in the imperial court. Based on his eyes, one could say that he had lived for 1,000 years. Of course, that was when he traveled the Jianghu. No one noticed this blue-clothed Taoist. He walked into the crowd and, just like the demi-human populace, raised their heads to the sky, gazed at the two angels. The eyes of the demi-human populace were filled with fear, despair, and even inexplicable zeal. The blue-clothed Taoist's eyes were devoid of emotion, only indifference, like he was looking at a dead creature. To be continued. Chapter 214. While the blue-clothed Taoist was looking at the sky, the White Emperor was also looking at the sky. But he was not looking at the two angels, but at the other side of the clouds to the west. This is the greatest change that has occurred in this world in the last few years. You are confident that you can control everything in this world, that you can disregard all living beings in this world and me. But this is a world beyond this world. Can you still continue to remain calm? Madame Mu indifferently looked at him and said, "Perhaps no one in this world can disobey you, so I borrowed a strange army from beyond the heavens. You did not think of this, so in the end you lost control of the entire situation. What can you do now?" The White Emperor gazed at the sea of clouds and seriously asked, "Are you sure that you can control the entire situation?" Madame Mu replied, "Of course you're very powerful, but in order to deceive the entire continent, you've become much weaker. Deceiving others and deceiving oneself, isn't that describing a doubtful and boring man like you? Even if I can't defeat you, I can at least keep you alive for a while." If she could delay the White Emperor for a while, the two angels of sacred light could kill Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong, as well as the experts of the orthodoxy. Then they could slaughter the demi-human experts loyal to the White Emperor, and the situation would be set in stone. The White Emperor faintly smiled. "Yunner, since you know that I'm doubtful, are you not worried that I have other preparations?" Madame Mu's eyes revealed an intense disgust at being addressed as Yunner. She said, "By Xingya, put away your act. Just hearing it makes me sick. Several hundred years have passed. And at this time, can't we just have a proper conversation?" The White Emperor's smile did not fade, but seemed even more sincere. "Speak, I'm listening." "Back then, Shang Xingzhou deceived you, making you think that you could easily pluck the fruit of the Demon Lord. But in the end, both you and the Demon Lord were heavily wounded. In the last few years, all you could do was sit on a stone mountain and watch his limitless glory. Are you willing? Since he deceived you, why would he dare to come here? Is he not afraid that you'll trick him back?" Madame Mu sneered. "The paranoid will die from their paranoia. This is precisely the case for people like you and Shang Xingzhou." The White Emperor calmly replied, "These words are reasonable, but you also know that today's situation is different." Madame Mu replied, "Even if Shang Xingzhou wanted to come, it's too late. And if he could come, why aren't you hurrying over to kill me?" Bai Di sighed and said, "Do you still not believe that I have never thought of killing you?" After saying this, Emperor Bai's gaze suddenly changed. His pupils suddenly disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes. They looked abnormally terrifying and fiendish. The world was completely white. It could be a sea of clouds or a snowy plain. The traces of the violent wind and snow appeared in his eyes. The clouds around Madame Moose suddenly began to roil, spreading in all directions like a blizzard of goose feathers. An extremely condensed power descended from the clouds to the ground. With a loud boom, countless flowering trees in the imperial city fell, and the stone palace creaked. The observation deck, which bore the brunt of the force, even sank half a foot. The observation deck sank into the cliff, but it did not collapse, because the White Emperor was on the observation platform. He clasped his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the sky. Countless clouds also arrived at the observation platform along with that power. These clouds came from the Western Sea and were imbued with limitless moisture and weight. But when these clouds encountered the White Emperor's body, they instantly lost all weight, leaving behind only the purest color. Countless white clouds coiled around the White Emperor's body, spinning with unimaginable speed until they became a viscous cloud. This viscous cloud was enshrouded in boundless light and heat. Not even the knife-like winds it encountered as it flew through the air could change its shape in the slightest. This cloud was not like a pirate, nor was it like Grand Scholar Tungus. A thunderous roar exploded over White Emperor City. The white cloud flew toward the large courtyard in the western part of the city, leaving behind a clear shadow in the blue sky. This was a white tiger even larger than the snowy peaks of the Starfall Mountains. Seeing the white tiger projected in the sky, White Emperor City erupted with countless excited cheers. The angel of sacred light that had just broken through the Lee Palace's grand array and was prepared to kill all the human priests and demi-human civilians in the city looked up at the sky. It was the angel of war. Amongst the servants of God, it was the most ruthless and most fond of killing. It had never known fear. However, when he saw the light and shadow in the sky and the white cloud whizzing over, he still felt a strong sense of vigilance, and even thought of retreating. It could clearly sense that this was the strongest opponent it had ever encountered on the continent. It was even stronger than the human expert it had killed a few days ago. In a very short amount of time, the angel made its decision. It raised its fighting intent to its limits, let out a thunderous roar, and smashed the pestle of light at the cloud. If the White Emperor had attacked with his real body, it might have chosen to temporarily retreat, but since it was just a soul, it was confident in its ability to defeat it. The white tiger, formed from clouds, arrived above the courtyard. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs as it bit down on the pestle of light. Crack! The fangs and pestle of light scraped, producing countless tiny but still terrifying bolts of lightning. Thunder boomed in the sky and fierce winds blew away the darkness and remaining light in the courtyard. A terrifying pressure flattened all the buildings in the courtyard. Even the sand on the ground seemed to turn into bricks. The priests could not bear it any longer, and one by one they fled outside. Tang 36, protected by the blind zither player and the others, vomited blood, his face even paler. The demon lord was just about to charge forward and kill this person when he suddenly sensed something. He looked up at the sky, his face suffused with shock and disbelief. In the sky, a blue-clothed Taoist silently appeared behind the angel. The angel was currently fighting with the White Emperor's soul, its attention completely focused on the pestle of light. But it was an angel born from the laws of the world, so it still found it incomprehensible that it had failed to sense the blue-clothed man behind it. This was an abnormally bizarre and terrifying sight. The blue-clothed Taoist stretched out both hands and gripped the angel's wings. The angel finally sensed it, its eyes bursting with boundless fear like an abyss. It had no time to do anything, not even to turn its head. Crack! There was a soft sound, like a pretty girl tearing at a fan, like a noble young master tearing at a book. The angel's wings had been torn off by the blue-clothed Taoist. A scream echoed through the air. It was a scream of incomparable pain, anger, and despair. It was like a clap of thunder echoing over White Emperor City. When I was watching Blasphemy, I loved watching Fatty Luo tear off the angel's wings. Perhaps it was because I always craved the roast chicken my classmate bought. And then there was the scene of a dwarf wielding a broadsword and leaping into the sky to chop down the angel. Oh, I really love that sight. I definitely have to imitate it in the next scroll. To be continued. Chapter 215. Wind and thunder stirred. Wretched cries pierced through the air. The red river rippled, sending countless sprays into the sky like snow and then falling back down, concealing the figures of those fleeing jings. With a scream, the angel plummeted to the ground, its golden blood spraying across the sky, drawing out 2 clear lines. Even though it was heavily injured and in unbearable pain, it still maintained its calm, wanting to find a final sliver of hope in the midst of despair. Its 2 wings had been torn off by the blue-clothed Taoist, causing it to lose the lightning-fast speed it was so proud of. It simply gave up on flying and plummeted to the ground. Faster and faster, the golden blood, spurting from its back, no longer able to keep up. The air burned from its impact, transforming into a line of fire. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground. Only this way could it maintain its speed. Only this way could it have any hope of escaping that quiet and terrifying Taoist. With a boom, the angel smashed into the riverbank, smashing out a massive hole. The massive impact had no effect on it. Without hesitation, it stood up and prepared to flee to the other side of the river. Its stronger companion was in the mountains on the other side of the river. However, just as he got up, another meteorite fell into the huge pit in the river. The White Emperor left the observation platform and landed on the ground, his foot stomping on the angel's chest. Countless cracking sounds could be heard, as if a stone was being crushed by an even harder and larger stone. The angel's body twitched a few times, golden blood oozing from its nose and mouth. Then it closed its eyes and died. The White Emperor slowly pulled back his foot. He looked pensively at the golden blood on the angel's face. His gaze moved down to the angel's lower body. It was smooth and clean, devoid of any distinguishing features. The White Emperor froze, then shook his head. It turned out to be a birdman that was neither male nor female. The so-called angel was nothing more than this. The angel of sacred light called Fury died. The direct cause of its swift death was that when it saw the white tiger silhouette in the sky, it did not choose to flee but to fight. Based on the specific situation at that time, his judgment and choice were not wrong. At the time, the White Emperor's attention had to be focused on Madame Mu in the clouds. Even though the human experts outside the courtyard were on the verge of being killed, even though the people in the city were on the verge of being slaughtered, he could still only send a strand of his soul to attack, just like the Tianhai Divine Empress in the coup of the Mausoleum of Books. If he could block the White Emperor's soul attack, even if it was just for a little while, the other angel could kill Qin Changshen and Su Yurong and then turn around to join Madame Mu in attacking the White Emperor. At that time, no matter how strong the White Emperor was, he would still be no match for them. The problem was he did not expect that other than Emperor Bai, there would be another true, unparalleled expert in the city. After descending, they had a better understanding of the experts in this continent. They knew that there was a Taoist who was very powerful. In their minds, it was impossible for that Taoist to appear, but the Taoist priest appeared. So he died. The whole thing was that simple. The Taoist in indigo also landed on the riverbank. The river breeze ruffled his black hair and fluttered his blue robes. He truly seemed like an immortal. With a casual stretch of his hand, he had torn off one of the angel's wings. There was only one blue-clothed Taoist in the world. Shangxingzhou, the middle-aged Taoist from Xining's old temple, was now the strongest expert of the continent and the ruler of the human race. Shangxingzhou and the White Emperor were old friends, but they did not reminisce because the battle was still not over. They looked across the Red River. Deep within the mountains, a celestial tree was swaying back and forth. The chi of the wildfire soared into the sky, occasionally accompanied by a few sword intents. The sky was filled with a rain of swords and streaks of fire. Qin Changxing's left hand gripped the 5 heavenly tone monoliths, but he still did not release them. Su Yurong stood behind him, already drawing the Tong bow, but the Wu arrow was still knocked. The angel felt threatened, but it did not care. It controlled the entire situation, and it could no longer be reversed. It flew through the celestial tree like a bolt of lightning, indifferently watching the young man and woman in front of the celestial tree. Suddenly, it stopped, standing on an extremely thick branch of the celestial tree. Qin Changxing did not use the sword to send the stone away, nor did Su Yurong release the bowstring, because both of them, just like the angel, had heard that scream that had echoed over White Emperor City and caused the entire Red River to seethe with unease. The angel turned to a certain place on the opposite shore, its emotionless eyes suddenly bursting with boundless shock. It could clearly sense that its companion was dead, and then it sensed 2 extremely powerful qis. Its pure white wings stirred up a fierce gale as it immediately prepared to leave. Just when it was preparing to leave, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky to the north. This crack began to expand with indescribable speed. In an extremely short amount of time, it was 10 some li long. Beyond this spatial crack was not an endless abyss or a different world brimming with turbulence. It was a city that should have been on the other side of the river. This city was White Emperor City. Outside the city was a river. By the river was a beach. A person stood on the beach. The White Emperor. The crack in the sky did not disappear. A sharp metal horn protruded from the very bottom, its surface engraved with some sort of complex and incomprehensible design. This metal horn had torn through space and then magically linked this place to White Emperor City, which was clearly behind it. The angel and Qin Changxing did not know what this was, but Su Yurong did. She had looked at this bronze mirror many times in the inn and was very familiar with its design. There was another person who knew. The clear sky mirror. In the clouds, Madame Mu's face was somewhat pale, even whiter than the surrounding sea of clouds. A moment ago, when Shang Xingzhou silently appeared behind the dead angel, she knew that she had lost. No matter how meticulous black robes and her plan had been, it had ultimately failed. But at that moment, she still could not understand how Shang Xingzhou had managed to ignore the distance of 80,000 li and suddenly travel from the capital to White Emperor City. Only when the shard of the bronze mirror pierced through the sky did she find the answer. 70% of the orthodoxy's authority was in Qin Changxing's hands because he was the Pope. But the orthodoxy's resources were still in Shang Xingzhou's hands. The White Emperor did not walk into the spatial path. The clear sky mirror was already destroyed, and the spatial crack forcibly torn open by the shard was not stable. It could not endure the qi of a great monster like him. And even now, the vast majority of his attention was still on the clouds on Madame Mu. No one in the world understood his wife better than he did, so he was extremely cautious. But he still moved. This time he still moved his soul. The image of a white tiger in the sky tore apart the sea of clouds. His soul walked into the Red River, into the crack. When it came out, it was already in the mountains. A divine chant flowed out of the angels, lips like water. An incomparably dignified qi and somber fighting intent appeared in its eyes. It was still powerful. If the White Emperor and Shang Xingzhou could only use their souls to attack, it should be able to leave. The spear of light pierced through the leaves of the celestial tree and the clouds, stabbing at the White Emperor's soul. Like invisible flames, the spear of light madly burned between the spear of light and the White Emperor's soul. In this blinding light, the White Emperor's soul gradually dimmed. The angel was still wary and uneasy, because the White Emperor's expression was also very indifferent. The clear sky mirror shard cut through the sky. Through the crack, one could see the riverbank behind it. At the time, the White Emperor had been the only one on the riverbank. Now, the White Emperor was still the only one on the riverbank. He calmly gazed at the other shore, at the western part of the Sea of Clouds. Shang Xingzhou was no longer at his side. The great river surged. his blue robes drifting in the wind. Shang Xingzhou had personally come. In an instant, he had crossed several dozen li of rivers and mountains, leaving behind a blur of blue robes in the sky. The celestial trees swayed, and the sky was filled with a rain of swords. Shang Xingzhou turned a blind eye, saying nothing to Qin Changsheng. He extended his right hand into the rain of swords. Like plucking a flower or plucking a leaf, he plucked a sword from the rain of swords. To be continued. Chapter 216. Qin Changsheng knew what his teacher was preparing to do, so he naturally would not stop him. Even if he wanted to stop him, he might not have been able to. Shang Xingzhou gripped the sword. The style of this sword was rather simple and unadorned, perhaps old-fashioned. In the rain of swords, it was very unremarkable. When Qin Changsheng had taken the 10,000-some swords from the sword pool in the garden of Zhou, he had not noticed this sword. Later on, the orthodoxy decided to return these swords to the sects and monasteries of the past. The Li Palace dispatched many extremely experienced and knowledgeable priests to register these swords, but there was still no one who knew the origins of this sword. However, because this sword was too unremarkable, no one cared too much about it. Without knowing its origins, it was naturally impossible to know where to send it, so the sword remained at Qin Changsheng's side. In the following battles, this sword was just like his other companions, following his will and becoming a part of the sword array, a drop in the rain of swords. It was still unremarkable, until today, when Shang Xingzhou gripped this sword. The gloomy cliff obscured by the leaves of the celestial tree suddenly brightened, as if another sun had appeared. The sword exuded a dazzling light. This sword was a Buddhist sword. Its name was Vairocana Buddha. The Buddhist sect had died out long ago, and there were no records of it in the Taoist canon or the books of the people. Who else could recognize this sword? Currently, only 3 people on the continent knew the origin of this sword. 2 of them were probably in a standoff on the snowy plains to the north of Tianliang County. Only Shang Xingzhou was present. He had spotted this sword in the rain of swords and taken it. The Buddhist sect cultivated the heart, and the Buddhist sword settled the heart. Vairocana Buddha was a sword that followed the heart, a true sword of the heart. The Shining Temple also cultivated the heart. One could imagine just how terrifying this sword would be in Shang Xingzhou's hands. The angel sensed danger and let out a low roar of thunder, wanting to blast away the White Emperor's soul and use all its strength to deal with it. A blue blur streaked across the sky. It was Shang Xingzhou's Taoist robe. The White Emperor's soul gradually dispersed. A stream of golden blood shot out of the angel's chest. It had not been able to avoid Shang Xingzhou's sword, and its body had been pierced through. This sword had come from nowhere and could not return. Who could avoid it? There was dead silence on the cliff. The angel lowered its head to the hole in its chest, a pained expression on its face. Golden blood continuously dripped down, bringing about many strange phenomena. The blood-soaked ground suddenly sprouted a lot of grass, and among the grass were pure and holy white flowers. Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong didn't feel too happy. Instead, they felt a little cold. They saw that sword. This sword was too terrifying. Or rather, Shang Xingzhou was too terrifying. His sword moved according to his will, and he had truly achieved the state of being unpredictable. Who could avoid such a sword? Even if Qin Changsheng and Su Yurong combined their swords, facing such a sword, they could only accept death. They felt a chill, not only because of this deduction, but also because Shang Xingzhou was looking at Qin Changsheng. Yes, Shang Xingzhou no longer paid any attention to the angel, not even glancing at it. He held the Vairocana sword and quietly looked at Qin Changsheng. No one knew what he was thinking or what he was going to do. But one thing was certain. In Shang Xingzhou's view, the angel he had heavily injured was no longer a threat. So, who was the threat he most wanted to eliminate on the 2 shores of the Red River? The events of the past few years had long since proved this. Countless waves appeared on the broad Red River. The The White Emperor did not come over, but he drew back his gaze from the western sky and gave a profound glance at the other shore. His eyes were white and seemed rather demonic, like the coldest and fiercest snowstorm. Shang Xingzhou no longer looked at Chen Changsheng but looked back. Separated by the surging river, the two most powerful saints of the continent stared at each other. For a moment, turbid waves filled the air, cold winds howled, and the wind stirred. The situation had changed far too suddenly. Just a moment ago, Shang Xingzhou and the White Emperor had worked together to kill one angel and heavily injure the other. Now they were in a standoff. Was it because Shang Xingzhou had glanced at Qin Changsheng? Or was it because of some deeper reason? Qin Changsheng could not understand, nor did he continue to think. Although the angel had been pierced through by Shang Xingzhou's sword and heavily injured, it had not completely lost the ability to fight. If it was allowed to leave alive, the human race would assuredly encounter a terrifying foe in their northern expedition against the demons. Perhaps Shang Xingzhou's sword would pierce through its chest, but he still had to stop it from happening. However, Su Yurong tugged at his sleeve. The angel flapped its wings and transformed into a stream of light that shot toward the north. Qin Changsheng knew that he was too late. Shang Xingzhou and the White Emperor were still in a standoff. The only person present that could catch up to the angel was Su Yurong. The angel of sacred light was already too heavily injured and was probably no match for her. The problem was, if she left, what would happen to Qin Changsheng? Even if they used their swords together, they were still no match for Shang Xingzhou. But it was still much better than fighting alone. Qin Changsheng turned to Su Yurong and said, "The White Emperor will not let me die." Su Yurong replied, "Nor will I." Shang Xingzhou looked at the White Emperor on the other shore, an unfathomable smile on his face, and then he said a few words. "Zhusha, kill him." The White Emperor's expression flickered. Qin Changsheng was shocked. A black-clothed girl walked out of the celestial tree hollow. At some point, the chains that bound her to the cliff had been undone. Only now did Qin Changsheng understand why he felt that this cliff was somewhat familiar. He turned to Su Yurong. Su Yurong smiled. Thus he understood even more things. Why had she been so calm when the angel had forced her into desperate straits? Why had she said to him that he should at least tell the plan to a certain person? And then he understood the current situation. Shang Xingzhou had set up this trap to kill those two angels. For some reason, the White Emperor did not want the angel to be killed. Of course, he also did not want Qin Changsheng to die. Thus, Shang Xingzhou and the White Emperor had suddenly gone from companions to opponents. But the White Emperor had not expected that Shang Xingzhou had already arranged for a final send-off for the angel. As for whether Shang Xingzhou wanted to kill him or not, there was no need to think about this question. The Black Dragon turned to Qin Changsheng. Although Shang Xingzhou had saved her, she would still only listen to his words, because she was his protector. Shang Xingzhou said nothing, appearing very calm, because he had a deep understanding of his student and knew what he would choose at a time like this. Without hesitation, Qin Changsheng said, "Go." In the howling winds and scattering leaves, the black-clothed girl vanished. High in the clouds, the heavily injured angel circled around the fissure cut open by the clear sky mirror and flew north. Suddenly it saw a black mountain range that extended for 10-some li. It was like the Starfall mountain range had suddenly risen from the ground to the sky. To be continued. Chapter 217. In the distant depths of the southern sea, a stream of light suddenly stopped and the angel appeared. Its body had been pierced through by the Vairocana sword and was heavily injured. Not even divine blood could heal it. It had to return to Xuelao City as quickly as possible to receive the offerings of the sacrificial altar. But a black mountain range had appeared in the northern sky, blocking all its paths. No matter which direction it chose, it could not get around that black mountain range. This mountain range could move. It was a black frost dragon. Even in the sacred light continent, or even in the legendary world of light, The black frost dragon was the most noble and rarest of creatures. But this black frost dragon had not yet matured. In normal times, the angel might have been wary, but it would never have retreated without a fight. The problem was that its injuries were too severe. It could only rely on its pure white wings to maintain its speed and ensure that the angel would not catch up, but it did not dare to act recklessly. But after so long, its injuries had gradually worsened. In the end, it had reached the point where it had to fight to the death. The sun shone over the mirror-like surface of the sea, causing mist to rise and the air to be somewhat stifling. The angel turned to the horizon. A black line rapidly approached and then suddenly stopped. The black-clothed girl stepped through the air with a thunderous dragon roar. The language of the divine race and dragon race was extremely similar, so the angel could understand its meaning. My injuries are truly very severe, but I still have the strength to kill you. The angel's face was abnormally pale, almost transparent, but its expression was extremely solemn. It spoke in that complicated language. In the depths of the sea far from the continent, I believe that no one can help you. At the start, it had attempted to pass through the mountains to return to the land of demons. It had flown for a very long time in the belly of the continent, even managing to avoid the little black dragon's interception several times. But at the final juncture, it had chosen to give up because it had sensed several extremely powerful chis waiting for it up ahead. Some of these chis were like the sun, some like an ancient well, and some like a blade. It was obvious that these human experts were all over the continent, waiting to kill it. The angel did not dare to take this risk, so it left the continent and headed for the farthest depths of the southern sea. This so-called fight to the death was actually seeking survival in the face of death. The Taoist and the white-clothed girl still had a few more important matters to attend to in White Emperor City, like the young man's life or death. As long as he could kill this black frost dragon, no one on this continent would be able to keep up with his speed. When the time came, as long as he chose a good route and avoided the human experts scattered across the continent, there was a high chance that he could return to Shualao City. A divine chant flowed out of the angel's thin lips like water. His expression became even more solemn and pious. His aura had also become much stronger. He pinned all his hopes and glory on this upcoming battle. The little black dragon's expression was not very serious, not even serious. As she watched the angel grow stronger and stronger, she did not feel like she was facing a powerful foe. On the contrary, she felt like she was watching an idiot perform. She suddenly remembered something her father had told her many, many years ago. Those angels, because of their pride, they are stupid. It's best to kill them. Yes, father, these angels are as stupid as you said. The black dragon was rather sentimental. Between the blue sky and the sea, there was no wind, no sound. Suddenly, the sea began to move, roiling like it was boiling. Several dozen islands of various sizes slowly rose from the sea. On those islands lay all kinds of dragons, big and small. This was the Dragon Islands, where all the dragons of this world lived. The sun was high in the sky, the time when they basked in the sun. Several dozen dragon cries rose and fell, some dignified, some violent, some frivolous. Several dozen mountainous dragon bodies stretched across the sky, blocking out all the sunlight. Several dozen dragon breaths, some terrifyingly powerful and some very weak, fell on the angel's body. After a few moments of silence, the angel lowered its spear of light. In the sea, it sank into its darkest depths. Its eyes were open, gazing at the sunlight on the surface of the sea. It did not feel cold or fear. On the contrary, it felt rather warm. The southern sea's waters were warm because there were few clouds and the sunlight was fierce. The Red River's waters were not cold because some of the wildfire beneath the celestial tree had seeped out through the cracks in the rocks. Today, the amount of wildfire that had seeped out was especially great. The waters of the river were even warmer, and the red algae were cheerfully growing. It didn't take long for the waters to be dyed even redder. Normally, the jings, which fed on the red algae, would be happily feasting, occasionally slapping their massive tails against the surface of the river, creating a spectacular spectacle. But these intelligent creatures had long ago dove into the deepest depths of the river, not daring to show their heads. The river was so calm that it looked like a piece of red satin. The two shores were empty. White Emperor City was in an uproar. This was especially the case for the courtyard in the western part of the city that bordered the Xiong clan's estate. It was packed with people, a dense mass of people. The houses in the courtyard had completely collapsed. Broken bricks and broken beams could be seen everywhere, covered in yellow sand. It seemed like it had been abandoned for decades. The Li Palace's grand array had been broken, the angel dead, but the priests around the courtyard had not left. Ling Haiji Wang and the other prefects of the orthodoxy, even heavily injured, still stood guard in front of the gate. Tang, 36's face was pale. He needed the support of the cosmetic-selling girl to stand. They had not left because the demon lord was still inside, but they also could not enter because the entire courtyard had been surrounded by the Red River Beast Guard. Xiaoda, the Shi clan leader, and 10 some demi-human experts stood in front of the gate. The two sides silently faced each other. Suddenly, a few voices came from behind. The orthodoxy priests parted like a tide. Qin Chongxing and Su Yurong walked over. Several hundred swords flew through the air, forming a sword array in the sky. Xiaoda had no intention of stepping aside. He looked at Qin Chongxing and said, "This is His Majesty's will. Please forgive me." The meadow around Heaven's Guard Pavilion maintained its tender green color, nourished by the river water. The gray slabs of the street had been somewhat damp from the mist and glistened with an oily luster. The White Emperor gazed at the activity in front of the courtyard, at the rain of swords in the sky, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. Qin Chongxing's path of the sword was even more powerful than the rumors said. Shang Xingzhou walked to his side and said, "If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me, not even you." He was not speaking of Qin Chongsheng, but the demon lord. To him, killing those two angels was only the most basic of goals. If he could also kill the demon lord, then the human race could be said to have obtained a complete victory. The White Emperor had even wanted to leave the angel of sacred light alive, let alone the demon lord. So he asked Shang Xingzhou a question. "After you die, which student will the human race belong to?" To be continued. Chapter 218. The important part of this statement was not the latter half, but the first 3 words. The White Emperor had no interest in using Qin Chongxing and Yuren to provoke Shang Xingzhou's emotions. He had very frankly, or rather shamelessly, expressed his bottom line to Shang Xingzhou. If Shang Xingzhou insisted on the demon lord's death, Shang Xingzhou might be heavily injured today, perhaps even killed. Only this would involve the question of which student the human race would be handed over to. Why did the White Emperor have the confidence to say this? Shang Xingzhou understood that everything originated from Madame Wu, who had never been mentioned. She had been standing in the clouds this entire time, with no intention of leaving. No matter how one looked at it, the betrayed White Emperor could not forgive Madame Wu. But Shang Xingzhou knew that the White Emperor could change his attitude at any time, even if it disgusted him. Some people will live and some people will die. Shang Xingzhou looked into the White Emperor's eyes. The stones shattered and a wave of qi surged through the street, collapsing the black eaves of a row of houses. Countless gazes looked over. They saw Shang Xingzhou, but not the White Emperor. The White Emperor had arrived in the clouds. He and Madame Mu quietly faced each other. "You finished your discussion with Shang Xingzhou?" Madame Mu seemed to be asking a very ordinary question. The White Emperor also casually replied, "The demon lord will live." Madame Mu looked to the west and said, "Sometimes I also wonder just how all this began. Perhaps it's because you always like to look at home? Everything originates from one's own choices, like the choice you made 3 years ago. The White Emperor said, I didn't think that as husband and wife, you would actually want to put me to death. Madame Mu indifferently said, in my life, I have never seen someone as hypocritical as you. Even at a time like this, you still want to say these things. The White Emperor smiled. Was it not you who used the strength of the sea tides to seal my mausoleum? Madame Mu turned to look into his eyes. Was it not your own choice to enter death's seclusion? The White Emperor did not answer, instead asking, when did you confirm that I was still alive? Madame Mu replied, on that night, old Xiang went to the Starfall Mountains. When he returned, he said that he sensed your will. The White Emperor asked, was it not you who requested him to do this? Madame Mu replied, this is Luo Heng's marriage. Even if I requested it, he would not dare to refuse your order. I don't know what you mean. The White Emperor said, if I remember correctly, he should have secretly sided with you 2 years ago. Madame Mu mocked. If my guess is correct, this was something you arranged for him to do 3 years ago. Countless years ago, the entire continent believed that the White Emperor and Madame Mu were deeply in love, a saint couple admired by the world. Who would have thought that there was no trust between them at all? The so-called mutual deception was just a daily routine. The White Emperor asked, why do you suspect him? Madame Mu jeered. Anyone with eyes can see that he is your loyal dog, your fervent believer. Perhaps he was thinking of that mountain-like figure that had collapsed in front of the imperial city, but the White Emperor fell silent for a very long time. In the eyes of others, this was either regret, sadness, or self-blame. But in Madame Mu's view, this was a shameless and nauseating act. There's no need for you to put on such an act in front of me. For the last 200 years, you've always wanted to kill this most prestigious and most senior elder, wanted to eliminate the Xiang clan he belongs to. But because he and his clansmen are too loyal, you've never been able to find a suitable excuse or reason. Now that you've finally managed to use his loyalty with great difficulty to throw a few buckets of dirty water at me, you naturally want to kill him as quickly as possible. The derision on Madame Mu's face intensified. Now that you mention it, you're truly very similar to your old friends, Shang Xingzhou. Truly hypocritical to the extreme. He wants to kill his own student, but he also doesn't want to dirty his own hands, so he wants to borrow my hand, and you do the same. The White Emperor's expression did not change. Since you knew that I was still alive, why didn't you stop me from coming out? If you wanted to come out, you naturally could. If you didn't want to come out, it meant that you wanted to watch the show. Madame Mu expressionlessly said, we've been husband and wife for many years, so we still have this bit of tacit understanding. By refusing to come out, you are tacitly agreeing to my plan. You want to watch me and Black Robe do these things, but I don't understand why you would stop me from acting against Qin Changxing. It now appeared that the strength that had left Qin Changxing wary and puzzled, no matter how he thought about it, had naturally come from the White Emperor. Only the White Emperor could change the allegiance of the entire demi-human race in a single night without appearing. Madame Mu did not need the White Emperor to answer this question. She quickly deduced the answer. Presumably, you know that Shang Xingzhou can appear at any time. The White Emperor replied correct. In the end, I still underestimated my old friend's daring and methods. I didn't expect that he would request Su Yurong's help. No one wants to drink tea on the stage while you drink tea below the stage. Madame Mu sneered at him. I don't want you to continue watching the show, and neither does Shang Xingzhou. Everyone wants you to go on stage and sing. The White Emperor replied, I also underestimated Qin Changxing's resolve and perseverance. Madame Mu thought of those figures that traveled back and forth between the imperial city and the Starfall Mountains and shook her head. She had also not expected Qin Changxing to have the ability and the revered patience to use the sword array in his hands to wear down the seal. From that moment onwards, the White Emperor could no longer play the role of a miserable and imprisoned sovereign isolated from the world. All the contradictions exploded in that moment. All the stories had their beginnings, and all the characters on the stage entered the stage. This was seeing all living beings. Madame Mu jeered at him. Although you were ultimately forced out by that master and disciple like a clown, I will not sympathize with you. The White Emperor calmly replied, I do not need sympathy. Then what about him? Madame Mu stroked her abdomen and looked at the White Emperor. Does your son need sympathy? A young life that had not had the time to see the heavens and earth, to see all living beings, needed sympathy because it could not see these things. In other words, it had died prematurely. The White Emperor's gaze fell on Madame Mu's abdomen. Madame Mu's abdomen was very flat. It is not easy for my White Emperor clan to pass on its bloodline. The fetus needs to be pregnant for 5 years, and giving birth is even more difficult. The White Emperor calmly said, But we already have Luo Luo. Madame Mu stared into his eyes and said, In the end, she is only a daughter. This is your greatest mistake, because I have never felt that there is any difference between a daughter and a son, so I naturally have never thought about having another son. I still do not understand where the people of the great Western continent come from in this regard. The White Emperor's expression grew more and more derisive, his words more and more harsh. Because a daughter has to marry and cannot retire, or because a girl is extroverted. But I see that you've been married to my White Emperor city for so many years, and you've always been thinking about your maiden home. You've never treated this place as your home, and you've never treated me as your family. Since that's the case, what are you worried about? Chapter 219. Madame Mu fell quiet for a very long time, not replying. She did not know how to answer. No matter how harsh and mocking the White Emperor's words were, no matter how displeased she was, when she carefully thought about it, she truly found it impossible to answer. This fact made her recall the many things that had happened over the last few years. Suddenly, she felt that these things had all been rather absurd over the years. The lonely sail on the western sea cast a distant shadow. How could her homeland be worth looking back upon? But starting many years ago, she had gotten used to thinking in this manner, doing this manner. It truly had been many years. She sighed. You've probably endured these words for many years. The White Emperor thought this over, then replied, It's fine because you didn't show it clearly before, and our daughter is only a teenager. So that's how it is. A hint of loneliness appeared in Madame Mu's eyes. There were still many things that had not been said. Although there was time to say them, there was not much meaning in saying them. Home was where the heart was at peace. So why could her heart never be at peace? Why had she not left just now? Why had she waited to say these words to the White Emperor? Countless clouds surged toward the blue palace dress in the sky. In a very short time, an extremely thick sea of clouds had formed. White waves rose and fell. It was like all the clouds in the world had gathered in the sky above White Emperor City. The all here was truly all. There were the cold clouds over the snowy peaks of the Starfall Mountains, the rain clouds over the western sea. There was also the mist in the mountain streams, the ice on the snowy plains, and even some clouds from the distant cloud grave in the east drifting toward the city. The sea of clouds grew thicker and thicker, wider and wider, covering an area of more than 100 li in radius. The clouds had originally been white, but when there were too many of them and light could no longer penetrate them, they turned gray, then black. If one looked from the ground, the sea of clouds in the sky had become a sea of ink. The sun was obscured on the other side of the clouds, and the world beneath the clouds grew darker and darker, until it was impossible to see anything clearly. Night had come early. White Emperor City was filled with cries of fear. The demi-human populace once more fled in all directions or stood in a daze on the streets, gazing up at the inky sea of clouds. Chun Chongqing and Su Yurong glanced at each other, then raised their heads to the sky. Tang 36 looked up. Xiaoda, the Shi clan leader, and the other demi-humans also looked up. Had the battle between sages begun Just like that, Shang Xingzhou was also looking at the sky from the shattered bluestone street. His expression was indifferent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Kacha! A massive bolt of lightning as thick as the heaven tree tore through the sea of clouds and illuminated the entire world before disappearing in midair. In that instant, an area of several li in the inky sea of clouds was painted white. Following that, countless bolts of lightning lit up. Most of them were annihilated before they could break through the clouds. Occasionally, some of them would break through the clouds, but they were unable to land on the ground. These bolts of lightning should have come from above, yet they were able to tear through the clouds that were more than 10 miles deep. One could only imagine how powerful they were. Massive thunder boomed out, bringing with it countless hurricanes that wreaked havoc in the city. The Red River Seal sensed this and naturally activated, forming a massive azure barrier that protected the Imperial City, Heaven's Guard Pavilion, and all the buildings in the upper city. However, it was unable to prevent the hurricanes from toppling the simple residences in the lower city. Countless people were smashed by the bricks and blood. As the lightning tore through the sea of clouds, countless massive waves appeared, occasionally spitting out wisps of cloud that resembled tongues of flame. It was an abnormally magnificent sight. The lightning would occasionally illuminate the world beneath the clouds, but it could not bring any true warmth. The sun, kept out by the extremely thick clouds, could not shed any warmth upon the earth, causing the temperature of White Emperor City to plummet. The moisture in the clouds had no time to condense into beads of water, so they turned into snowflakes and fell to the ground. The wisps of cloud torn apart by the lightning were like scattered dandelions, spraying down an unimaginable amount of snowflakes. This was an extremely rare snowstorm. The people that had fled out of fear or had gone to hide in their homes had already left. The people that remained on the streets naturally would not leave at this time. They stood in the heavy snow, their heads raised to the sky. Alas, while their gazes could pierce through the snowstorm, they could not pierce through the thick clouds to see what was happening. With a light whoosh, Qin Chongqing opened the yellow paper umbrella. Tang 36 was just about to walk in when he realized that he had walked to Su Yorong's side. The cosmetic buying girl called out to young master and raised the umbrella over his head. And Lin was currently treating the wounds of Ling Haizhuang and the others, occasionally glancing up at the sky. The courtyard was very quiet. White Emperor City was also very quiet. Only the sea of clouds was roiling, tearing apart, spraying snowflakes onto the earth. The entire world was constantly changing between black and white, but not for a single moment did it turn gray. The sky and the earth seemed to fuse together. An extremely thick bolt of lightning struck the distant west. The summit of an unknown hill was flattened. The stream outside the courtyard was frozen, no longer making any sound. The thunder did not stop, nor did the snow. After some time, a crack finally appeared in the depths of the sea of clouds, and then spread to either side. Sunlight spilled through the crack, spreading wider and wider until it enveloped White Emperor City once more. The sea of clouds gradually collapsed, sending down wisps of snowflakes. The cold clouds descended upon the Imperial City and Heaven's Guard Pavilion, flowing down the stairway to heaven like a waterfall. The waterfall reached the lower part of the city, exited through the city gate, and ultimately entered the Red River, leaving no trace behind. There was no trace in the blue sky or White Emperor City, not a single cloud. In the stone hall at the highest point of the Imperial City, Luo Luo stood in front of the window, looking at the snow, her face covered in tears. The White Emperor returned to that street. He looked up at the sky. There were no longer any clouds there, but snow was still falling. The snow seemed to come from nothing. Everything was so empty. Shang Xingzhou walked to his side and asked, "How many years have we been friends?" The White Emperor replied, "Several hundred years." Shang Xingzhou added, "When you chose her, your father opposed it, I opposed it, and the ministers also opposed it." The White Emperor gave a self-deprecating laugh. Today, Jin Yilu was still talking about this matter. Shang Xingzhou looked at him and asked, "So what do you think now? Are you saying that I won't regret it?" The White Emperor was quiet for a very long time. Finally, he said, "That's a senseless thought that only you humans and demons have." If it really was a senseless thought, why did he need to be quiet for so long, to think about it for so long? The mountains had no hills, the rivers ran dry. The winter thunder shook the rain and snow. The heavens and earth became one. Only dared to part with the sovereign. This was a final farewell. The grief-stricken could only part. And this was a final farewell. But was everything really going to end here? Those dissipating clouds, those still falling snow, were all her so cold and wet that it was rather irritating. The White Emperor suddenly lowered his head and began to cough. To be continued. Chapter 220. There are many reasons for coughing, but the most common one is illness. Cold qi injured the lungs and lingered about. Even an expert of the divine domain would find it very troublesome. Shang Xingzhou did not know that Emperor Bai would continue coughing like this for many years to come. But he knew that Emperor Bai had suffered serious injuries, just like himself. Whether it was the two angels or Madame Mu, they were all extremely powerful opponents. He and Emperor Bai were the strongest in the world, but they had to pay a certain price. At this time, he could have chosen to do something, but he did not because of this reason, and also because he knew that Chen Changsheng and Su Yurong would not support him. His and the White Emperor's wills could constantly change as the situation changed, but the young man and woman would not. He said to the White Emperor, "But it still came to this day. She has great talent, a good bloodline, ability, intelligence, and beauty. If she marries with me, we can give birth to the most outstanding offspring." The White Emperor said, "For this, I can endure many things, including her ambition, but I did not expect her ambition to be so great." Shang Xingzhou understood what he meant. If Madame Mu had only wanted to seek some benefits for the great Western continent, the White Emperor would have maintained his silence, but her recent actions had involved the survival of the demi-human race. "Actually, I always knew she looked down on me. She always thought I was a monster who didn't understand art." The White Emperor indifferently said, "None of this matters. I can still endure her, but I can't endure it like Byonghong. Most importantly, Luo Luo is the next White Emperor that I have chosen. You should also be well aware of just how pure and powerful her bloodline is. Just because the great Western continent wants her to be married off to Xuelao City? She's crazy." Shang Xingzhou said, "This is what I don't understand about you the most in this whole matter. The child in her belly is also your descendant." The White Emperor said with an indifferent expression, "When it comes to children, it has never been about quantity, but quality. One outstanding child like Luo Luo is enough. What use is there in giving birth to more trash? Since ancient times, the number of people in our clan has been extremely small. Not everyone is like that emperor of yours, giving birth to so many sons and letting them kill each other. Whoever survives in the end will inherit the throne." What was this? Raising poisonous insects? You humans really don't know what's good for you sometimes. The emperor in these words naturally referred to the mighty Emperor Taizong. Shang Xingzhou said, "If that's the case, why do you need to do this? That year in the snowy plains to the north of Mount Han, you borrowed my hand to heavily wound the demon lord and also delayed me for 5 years." Emperor Bai looked at Shang Xingzhou with a deep gaze. "These 5 years are enough for you to do far too many things. You actually managed to wrest back the authority of the human race from Tianhai's hands. I can't help but ponder a question. If Xuelao City is destroyed and you unite the world, what will my race do then? Therefore, I can only try to delay your pace." Shang Xingzhou calmly replied, "I am not Emperor Taizong. I do not have the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. All of you have overestimated me. Bai Di said, 'You are my friend. I know how terrifying you are. Moreover, you have taught 2 good students.'" Shang Xingzhou didn't answer, saying, "So you set up this trap?" These were the same words he had said before. What was the point of doing all this? That means everything. This was the White Emperor's city. Everything that happened in this city had to be approved by him, or tacitly approved, or even pushed in the dark. Whether it was Madame Mu's deeds, or the Xiong clan leader's deeds, whether they were good or evil, like the heavenly selection ceremony, or the dangers that Qin Changshen had once faced, or this trap, or the deaths of Byonghong and Wu Chungbai, or that most important of all, the White Emperor's refusal to marry Luo Luo to Shuala City did not mean that he had not thought about allying with the demons at the very beginning. You used your daughter as a bargaining chip to have the two sides fight, but you watched from the sidelines. No matter what the result was, as long as you came out and made a rallying cry, it would be complete. Shang Xingzhou continued, People like us who have lived for too long have too much time to think about problems, so our plans naturally won't have too many loopholes. But you did not expect Chen Changxing to arrive so early and change the entire course of the situation. Moreover, he was so determined to dig you out of that mountain. The White Emperor said, I said before that you taught 2 good students, and you've also arrived. Shang Xingzhou replied, How could I not personally attend such a major event? The White Emperor knew that the major event he spoke of was not merely the demi-human race's intention to ally with Shuala City, but also the 2 angels of sacred light. To people like him and Shang Xingzhou, who stood at the apex of the continent, the truly major events could only be matters beyond this world. They were both people who walked the great Tao, and their Tao was the Tao of this side. To use Wang Jitsu's words, positions were relative, so one stance was naturally predetermined. The actions of the demons had already touched their bottom line. It probably has nothing to do with the demon lord. The White Emperor said, Only madmen like her and Black Robe would do such a thing. Shang Xingzhou replied, Women are all madmen, so they can't be allowed to stand too high. Many years ago, he had opposed the marriage between the White Emperor and Madame Mu precisely because of this consideration. Similarly, he held the same view of the Tianhai Divine Empress. So I did not expect that you would be willing to ask Su Yurong for help. The White Emperor added, She is also a woman, and the fiancée of your student. Shang Xingzhou replied, Defeating you is an extremely difficult task. Correct. In the end, I still lost to you and your disciple. The White Emperor added, This makes me feel more and more that those words are reasonable. He was naturally referring to the words that were currently circulating throughout the continent. One temple in Xining rules the world. The word rule, in these words, could be understood as ruling, but it could also be understood as ruling submission. If Shang Xingzhou and his 2 students worked together, they could rule all sorts of disobedience. If I remember correctly, you said these words before entering seclusion. Correct. You've never admitted defeat. Shang Xingzhou calmly said, Then once I exterminate the demons, how are you prepared to face me? I truly was very worried in the past, but I'm a little better now, because before you can return to White Emperor City, you first have to defeat that good student of yours. The White Emperor continued, I've realized that your student is even more outstanding than I imagined. It's truly very difficult for you to accomplish this. Just as Shang Xingzhou had said, powerful figures like them who had immersed themselves in the passage of time only needed to calculate and they would be able to come up with a plan. Luo Luo would become the next White Emperor. So as long as Chen Changsheng remained on the throne, no matter how powerful the human race became, the demi-human race would be safe. Madame Mu had once said to Luo Luo that this relationship between master and disciple was not firm. Only if Chen Changsheng was willing to marry Luo Luo could she be at ease. The White Emperor did not believe this. He was very sure that it was precisely because Chen Changsheng could not marry Luo Luo that he would treat her better. This was not because he could not ask for it, but because he felt sorry for her and the joy of being adored and loved. This was an incomparably intense desire to protect her. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that Chen Changxing could not be killed by Shang Xingzhou, nor could he lose power. You have such a high opinion of that good-for-nothing student of mine?" This was the first time in their conversation that Shang Xingzhou had acknowledged Qin Changxing as his student. "In truth, everything stems from your attitude toward him," the White Emperor calmly said. "If you did not regard him so highly, why would the world regard him so highly in the first place?" Shang Xingzhou asked. "And if this regard is not what you think it means?" The White Emperor replied, "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. Moreover, if someone is willing to promise me even more in the future, I can naturally change my mind." Shang Xingzhou said nothing more and left the street. Qin Changxing had been watching this entire time. He watched Shang Xingzhou's back vanish into the crowd, saying nothing. Back then, on the divine path of the Mausoleum of Books, he had carried the Tianhai Divine Empress's body down while Shang Xingzhou had walked up. They had passed each other without a word or a glance. He had not said anything at the time, and he had not mentioned this matter since, but he had actually found it rather difficult to bear. Today, Shang Xingzhou had glanced at him twice, but he still felt this way. Shang Xingzhou looked at him like he was looking at a stranger. Two hands landed on Qin Changxing's shoulders, one after another. It was not a burden, but a comfort. Qin Changxing smiled at Tang 36, then turned to Su Yorong and said, "I'm fine." The snowy plains in the middle of winter were as cold as the abyss. The air exhaled by the demon beasts was quickly frozen into crystals. The wind was fierce, but there was not a shred of warmth. Black Robe calmly gazed to the west and suddenly said, "It lost." At these words, the nearby mountain-toppling fiend let out a pained roar. It was not because the mountain-toppling fiend understood its words and knew that the most important plan the demons had worked on in the last few years had been destroyed, but because the demon commander sitting on its head had angrily snapped off one of its horns. Behind Black Robe and the demon commander were tensome demon generals, and even further away were several massive and mysterious figures shrouded in black fog. The demons had not sent reinforcements to White Emperor City for several reasons. Black Robe's confidence in the powerful fighting power of the Angel of Sacred Light and his grasp of the situation in the capital was also because there was not enough time. But the most important reason was a person. A middle-aged scholar stood in the snowy plains, the most famous scholar in the world since ancient times. Wang Jitsa. I didn't think that he would even invite you. Now that I think about it, it was probably Daoist Ji who put in a lot of effort that allowed you to escape little Jie's killing intent. The cold wind blew, revealing Black Robe's slightly green face, but his voice was devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this long-lost name, Wang Jitsa sighed. Has the wind and snow of several centuries still not been able to wash away your hatred? The long-lost 3,000 words. To be continued. Chapter 221. The surname Jie was Emperor Taizong's old name in Tianliang County. Ever since the descent of the heavenly tome monoliths, no one had ever surpassed this man's status in history. Thus, on this continent, whether in life or in death, he had always enjoyed the highest honor and the greatest respect. Whether it was the common people of the human race or the demi-human race, not even those demon dukes in Shuelao City who hated him to the bone would directly call him by his name. But today, Black Robe did, and he even added the word child to the end. Anyone could hear the bone-deep hatred he felt for Emperor Taizong. If time can make us forget everything of the past, what meaning is there in our existence? Black Robe jeered at Wang Jitsa. You once said that you would not concern yourself with the affairs of the world, but aren't you still unable to let it go? Wang Jitsa replied, Since you are colluding with the other race, this is no longer a matter of the world, but a matter beyond it. Black Robe asked, So what? Wang Jitsa replied, As long as you are willing to give up on this crazy idea, I am willing to do anything for you. Anything? Black Robe mocked. I've seen your shamelessness and callousness. Do you think I'll be tricked by you again? After saying this, he turned and walked toward the large city in the depths of the snowstorm. The demon commander and the demon generals followed, and the massive figures shrouded in the black fog gradually dissipated. Wang Jitze gazed at Black Robe's back, his emotions very complex. The demon lord silently left White Emperor City. The entire process was very calm, attracting no attention. In this city, there were many human experts who wanted to kill the demon lord, but no one could touch him because the White Emperor had clearly issued a decree. This decree was the same as Madame Mu's, with every word identical. A guest from afar. Everyone knew why this was the case. All things in the world needed a state of relative balance. In order to prevent the human race from dominating the world, the demon race could not be weakened too much. The Council of Elders maintained their silence, the officials of the demi-human court maintained their silence, and even demi-human experts like Xiaoda also maintained their silence, because this was His Majesty's will. Only Jin Yilu, just like he had several hundred years ago, engaged in an intense dispute with the White Emperor and then was once more expelled from the imperial city. He could only continue his life of farming. Chun Changsheng and Tang 36 stood on the observation deck and looked into the palace. The sky was bright, but it was very dark inside the hall, so it was hard to see what was going on. They could only see the ministers, demon generals, and elders kneeling down like a tide. Tang 36 thought of the bloody battle around the courtyard, and his mood became bad. He sneered, "Is this why you are right? Because you are weak?" Qin Changxing didn't say anything, only sighed. It didn't take long for the court meeting to end. The ministers, generals, and elders filed out, bowed respectfully to Chen Changxing from afar, and then dispersed. No one dared to approach and speak to him, not even the Bear tribe leader or the Sher tribe leader. The situation was completely different from that of a few nights ago in the Taoist church. After so many years, the White Emperor had finally returned to his city. There was no need for any schemes or tricks. The entire Yao race would be unified under his will. Moreover, the only person who could threaten the White Emperor's position, the Xiang clan leader, had died, and the Xiang clan was in a precarious situation. Qin Changsheng and Tang 36 walked into the palace. There was no seat arranged for Chen Changsheng, but Tang 36 could not say anything disrespectful, because the White Emperor also did not sit. "How is your grandfather's health?" The White Emperor asked Tang 36. No matter how much he silently criticized him, Tang 36's responses were very calm and appropriate. There was nothing to nitpick about in his etiquette or demeanor. But in the end, he couldn't help but say something. "I don't even understand. He's already so old. So why does he still like to stir up trouble?" These words were clearly directed at the Tang Old Master, but the target of their ridicule was the White Emperor. The White Emperor ignored him and said a few words to Qin Changsheng. The meaning of these words was very simple, and they were all within his expectations. He was just recalling the once close and excellent relationship between the two sides, and then he hoped that it could continue to be maintained. Finally, the White Emperor said, "On Holy Maiden Peak, you and Jishio killed that fellow. Very good." With these words, the conversation came to an end. An attendant led Qin Changxing and Tang 36 to Luoluo's palace. Qin Changxing thought about those last words, somewhat confused. Tang 36 explained he was talking about the White Tiger Divine General. That fellow is also very bold and ambitious, actually daring to use the White Tiger as his title. If the two races were not allies, he would have been killed by the White Emperor long ago. It's not convenient for the White Emperor to act, so he should be very happy that you killed that person for him. When they arrived at the highest stone hall, Qin Changsheng saw the figure by the railing. He was rather surprised, but he still went into the stone hall. Tang 36 naturally would not follow. He walked toward the beautiful figure by the railing. The stone hall was not simple. Its round windows and ebony partitions cut the space into an extremely beautiful painting. Luo Luo stood in this painting like a cold and pretty little white flower in a pot. Her face was pale, her expression miserable, and she looked very pitiful. It was not only because of her mother's heartlessness and death, or perhaps because of the parting that was coming, but also because of many other things. Chun Chongqing stood in front of her in silence for a very long time. Suddenly he asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Luo Luo lowered her head in silence. Drip, drip, drip. This was the sound of tears falling on the ground. After a while, she raised her head and used her sleeve to wipe away the tears on her face. She revealed a sincere smile and said, "Teacher, there's no need." If Chun Chongsheng had not asked if he wanted to go with her, but if he wanted to go with her, then perhaps she would have let him go. The former was a question, asking for her opinion. The latter was an order. As a student, how could she disobey her teacher's will? What a pity! She very naturally leaned into Chun Chongqing's embrace. Just like before, Chun Chongqing didn't know where to put his hand. Seeing the tear stains on that small face, the brilliant smile, and the purest eyes, he thought of many scenes. The mottled rain on the walls of the Orthodox Academy, the brilliant twilight on the great banyan tree, and the purest lake. His hand fell, but it was somewhat different from before. This time his hand fell on her back. After a very long time, Chun Chongqing still did not come out. Tang 36 couldn't help but look to his side again. Su Yurong did not pay attention to him, nor did she turn around to look at the palace. This was the highest point of the imperial city, even higher than the observation platform. She could clearly see the observation platform from the railing. She knew that there used to be a pear tree there. She also knew how touching the scene of a pear blossom in tears was. Not long ago, she saw it with her own eyes. That young face was full of tears. Who wouldn't feel pity for it? Tang 36 couldn't help but say, "You," Su Yurong said expressionlessly, "shut up." Tang 36 was a little angry and said, Su Yurong slightly raised her eyebrows and said, "I feel pity for him even when I see him."